Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for tuning into Titan's Conqueror League semifinals between True Mind Gaming and Elysium Yggdrasil. I'm Isaac. Alongside me is Crims for tonight's cast.
Yep, happy to sub in, just popping into the Conquerors League, see what you guys are doing, see what I've been missing here, Isaac. And, I've definitely heard of these players before when I was casting Conquerors, so good to still see them around. And even a name like Elysium Yggdrasil still being around is good to see. So True Money Gaming and Elysium here to see what you've got coming back to this Conqueror League.
Yeah, obviously we're in the semifinals now in these single eliminations, best of 5. Whoever wins this one's going through to finals. And meanwhile, on side of True-Minded Gaming, we have the likes of Alls, One's Always Dangerous, notably last week. One on Rumble Jungle in Game 2 is definitely one that, it opens your mind to new ideas that maybe not previously considered in their victory over Split Push Zillion top.
Well, you could even check my op.gg, but I have played a game of Rumble Jungle, so I know what it's
Okay,
like.
so we've got the Rumble Jungle aficionado in here. Perfect.
I used to play Rumble Jungle back when it was meta, so I'm pretty good on the champion myself. His clear is not what he used to be, but it's definitely good enough to get through the jungle, especially with Faded Ashes. But we're not going to see it here today. Has been banned away, and another jungler in Ivern has also been removed. These are pretty strong. I wouldn't say these are super meta picks. Nocturne, okay. I think Pantheon's really busted right now. J4 is really strong right now. Who knows if they're going to pick it? I mean, Pantheon's just so good. So I have to think that it's going to be here.
You're already seeing a bunch of jungle focus, not exactly the big surprise here. We've already talked about Alls, specifically with the Rumble Jungle, but Guster Posey as well, not exactly a jungler to be messed with. The Ivern, very much a targeted ban onto them. Guster Posey a very much a premier Ivern player and showing that sort of respect. And meanwhile, the Jax being taken away on the side of Elysium means that even though Jax obviously primarily a top laner these days, both Olves and Guster Posey have been willing to play this Jax jungle and is as such a flexible pick as Trundle gets locked in first by the side of True Minded Gaming.
I do think Trundle is quite strong right now, but you know, I think it's really good to pair with a Scion because now there's no one who's going to ult that Scion, and you get the Scion who's going to be super tanky. I see a Jace here on the other side. More reason to pick Scion, but we'll see where that Jace is going to go. A Maokai pick. They're going to go Zac instead, but I think a Maokai pick would have been really, really swell with the Jace. Give you that zone plus that poke, but they're just going to go for more engage here. And of course, Zac's going to be a lot better at skirmishing against the Trundle.
I also like this early takeaway from the side of Elysium Yggdrasil because this Jace and this Vladimir are two champions that both Ycall and Team Sussman are willing to play. Some that are kind of in that wheelhouse. But Anivia, it was one that I was going to eventually get to. Vrang, a big Anivia player. It's not a champion we see all that often, but it will be the choice to be picked up straight away in game 1 for TMG.
Oh, and we have a Swain in response here.
Right.
Is a Renekton counter, should be. That doesn't mean it's always going to go that way, but we'll see if they're going to be able to pull off this Swain pick here. Also, actually has a nice flex between mid and bot. Swain can go into all 3 lanes here. So they could just kind of choose where they want this Swain to go. Doesn't have to be fixed top, but probably, you know, we're going to say it's going to be mid or top.
Yeah, but he's mentioned the extra flexibility with this Swain. Obviously can go mid, can be seen support as well. Sometimes in the carry role in the bot lane. Not very common, but still multiple options for
I want
the
jungle
side
Swain.
of Elysium.
I'm waiting for
Jungle Swain. It's going to be Zac support. That's the angle we're seeing.
I would like Jungle Swain to be a thing, as they do pick up Sivir here. So now they're going to pair the Sivir with the Swain. Your Swain being faster is always good news for your team here. So I do like that pairing. It really makes Swain able to really chase people down and keep that ultimate damage going. As we have the Kai'Sa here, going to be nice for a dive if they get into the backline in these team fights. Pretty good against the Jace.
Yeah, Kai'Sa obviously being able to go in with the Killer Instinct, pairing that alongside the Leona to be able to get those plasma procs fairly easily as well. With Renekton as we go on later into the game, definitely something that applies a lot of value. But the answer for this side, and by the looks of it, it seemed to be the Poppy support going to be picked up for Arrow. Actually going to be the Swain in the mid lane. I do like Poppy into a lot of these hard engaged champions, especially like the Leona and the Renekton.
Yeah, the Swain is just going to be there, drain taking all of these champions in the front line. Doesn't really have the best access against Anivia, just puts up a wall, so not going to be Swain's job. Something more for Guster Posey on the Zac or for the Jace. And before we start, I have to talk about Anivia Poppy in the same game. Extra walls for the Poppy to slam people into. It is really, really dangerous if they put a wall in the incorrect position with their teammates. They have Trundle and Anivia with the Poppy. So someone might be unintentionally put into a bad position.
Yeah, a lot of extra terrain for Arrow to use on this Poppy to, knock people into walls, assuming that obviously Vrang and Olves do have used them and they are on the map to have that slam into. Interesting choice from the side of Arrow, going that Aftershock, a bit more common, but a lot of things I've seen recently with Poppy, especially in the support role, I've seen some kind of cheese, I guess you want to call it, the Hail of Blades Poppy.
Yeah, Hail of Blades Poppy making a recurrence. I'm not a fan, but, do what you want to do, I guess.
Well, at least we have your opinion on it immediately straight away. It won't be the case this time around. Obviously, Aftershock going to be able to get a decent amount of use from the Poppy with that steadfast presence with Eudora and Team Sussman. Obviously, having those two very obvious uses of it. going to be the choice for
Yep.
Arrow this time around. But taking a look across the map in general, no real huge surprises necessarily in terms of runes starting out.
Yeah, I don't. Other than I mean, there's no Halo Blades. We do see Trundle with the more solo focused build with the lethal tempo instead of the PTA. I don't know if this is a lethal tempo game. PTA would be really nice for these team fights, especially if you're going to single target someone. But on the flip side, no one has to build tank on the side of Elysium. So the ultimate losing a lot of value here in this game if they decide to go no tanks. Just all DPS.
Yeah, obviously the Trundle most known for the subjugate as well, being able to take away those resistances. And so, actually, the option from the side Elysium, especially with how early the Trundle was selected, not opting into having too many resistance builders, uh, definitely a choice from them to try to counter out Alves in the jungle. And fairly early one, as we see the drag back from Cordelia, very good trade early on, and so far in the mid lane, obviously Vrang will have access to that Anivia passive should the health bar be fully depleted, but still early on, good signs for Cordelia and Elysium.
Okay, intense close up on those wards there, but that does mean gank going to be highly improbable for TNG. They go for it, trading the mid lane, ring, getting a stun. Nice little trade. Don't imagine anything's going to happen down here. No jungler wants to be making a gank anytime soon. So, the secret to Zac is Zac wants to be level 5. And that's because you get enough points in Slingshot where you can start to hover over walls.
Oh, but we do
Oh,
have
here
a
we go.
gank
Wait a
into
minute.
mid lane. Cordelia is going to flash early, and the root will
Heading
snag
it out.
Alves, and the
Ooh,
pull
nice
together
stretchy
will
shrink.
send Vrang into the egg mode. Guster Posey probably going to be sent into his passive as well, but in the meantime, First Blood
Oh,
getting
arrows
picked up
here?
by Cordelia, and Arrow has arrived to make sure that his jungler doesn't go down.
All right. Well, due to the passives there, even though 3 people's health bars were gone, only
Oh, straight up
one
to the
death.
top lane, Yikal trying to go onto Sussman,
You?
who ill-advised engage from the Renekton, going to be killed as well. So 2 very early kills for the side of Elysium, one being that solo kill for Yikal.
All right. Sudden explosive fights. Here we have Arrow Dilly might stop the backs. And that
Yeah.
is going to be a stop for Delhi. And Dilly's going to be happy about that one. Ruining their tempo here. Dragon coming up soon should be in the hands of Elysium Yggdrasil if they choose to pick it up.
Yeah, that's something that Sivir definitely provides a lot more than Kaisa early on, is that wave clear. Sivir obviously maybe not the strongest fighter, but can very safely push these lanes, a lot more so than Deli can. And neither of these supports offer too much necessarily in terms of pushability. So as Drake is on the map now, these 2 top laners are instead opting to move towards the top side, knowing that there is going to be a lot of volatility. All sitting in that pixel brush as Guster Posey arrives. Doesn't
Okay.
quite have any knowledge. Ah, I see. I
Gone.
see the
We got a
observers.
Batman.
They're baiting us this time around. Instead,
The
all
Batman pull. You think he's there,
yeah.
he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, wise choice from Olves not stay around. They instead use that time to pick up the Scuttle Crab, get some extra vision and gold under his belt. So we'll be all right in the end for the side of Olves and TMG.
I know Flash on the Jace, very gankable if they wanted to pull that move here. Team Sussman needs to get
Sussman's
level
so
6.
low.
Dive is incoming.
Yukal is here, as you mentioned. Yukal, we're trying to find a way onto Team Sussman, who is slowed up by the pillar, but
Oh.
the option is to go on to Team Sussman. Obviously, nowhere else for this Jace to go. But still, the solo kill under the tower does not feel great for Sussman.
Yeah, does not have the TP either, so that's just going to be waves going to be missed by this crocodile. Still not level 6 either. Just really needed that level 6, couldn't get it in time. Deli here solo for the time being. As they're
Plastic
going for gank,
slingshot goes
Guster
on to
not level 5.
Vrang. The minion has arrived to be able to drag Vrang back. Pulled by Cordelia, taken very low. No pass
Oh,
on
the
the
wall!
Anivia, but Olves has a rise. That was a great wall from Vrang, forcing out the flash from Guster Posey, who likewise has no revive on the Zac, but the pull back and the ult from Cordelia. It's a double kill in the mid lane, and it's very much Elysium Yggdrasil favored within the first 7 minutes.
It took a steps too far, and that was a great punish by Cordelia. Also, Vrang, I mean, just kind of not really aware of the ult range. Gets caught there. Still, no dragon. We have 7 minutes in this game here. Where Guster Posey's looking at it, salivating at the thought of picking up a dragon here, as Arrow and Dilly are playing aggressively in this bot lane.
But in all of that time, as you mentioned, we have hit 7 minutes. It's still not long until those Void Grubs go up, and we see the movement from the side of Olves too towards this top side of the map, knowing that right now Elysium definitely are stronger, sitting about 2k up before 8 minutes. A very decisive advantage that Elysium have for themselves. So the movement into the top lane to be able to counter like the side of the junglers are on. But speaking of, we're moving straight to the mid lane now. Vrang and taking down the half HP. He's going a little bit too far forward. Gets hit by the Zac Q, and Vrang will go down once again as Cordelia picks up their 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, just need to land that stretching strikes there to get the pull in. All that was necessary. And it looks like they're going to be trading the grubs for a dragon here. And they do get a kill in the mid lane. So another great play from the side of Elysium here, who are off to a hot start.
Yeah, now as mentioned, that the gold lead has now expanded around 2.5k for the side of Yggdrasil, as well as they picking up the first strike. But as mentioned before, it took so long for this first strike to be picked up. It has given time for Olves and the side of True Minded Gaming to be able to answer it with the grubs for themselves.
Looks like it is going to be the grubs, all 3 of them. As an invade here from the side of Owls. It looks like Guster Posey's not going to match the invade either, so a little bit of a camp advantage if Owls manages to get this. Should look for the red buff as well.
As the recall is
have the foresight. Nope, just gonna steal away the Raptors. Not, I mean, I don't think I don't think a 1 camp invade is really that good. You really want to aim for at least 2. So you want to aim for 2, steal away for the value here. Ecaw, nice little trade. And yeah, Renekton doesn't have a great time in this lane. Really needs to pressure that all in. And with the flashes being up again, I don't think there's going to be that angle anytime soon.
Yicall doing a really good job in this top lane. As mentioned, it was only the 1 camp away, which is giving time for Guster Posey to move back onto his red buff and claim it. Olves back inside the jungler of Guster Posey. I don't know if Guster saw that ward go down necessarily, though.
Yeah, but the jungle's cleared out. They do have eyes now onto the Zac, so they know where the Zac is. Team Sussman can now back off. I do question taking a Raptor, going to your own jungle, and then going back for the red. Hey, you know, there's something that I don't know that's going on there.
Olves with that option is now immediately heading towards the bot lane, trying to get that extra time, get the first move down to the bot side of this map as we wait around. Our next objective coming up is going to be, well, one of the Drakes, because the spectator hasn't quite updated for Hextech or Kimtech at this point in time, despite how many years it has been. It is what it is. And I mean, with a kill in the top lane, Guster Posey and Yicall. It's a long amount of time staying in that top lane from Guster Posey, but they do get the kill onto Team Sussman once again, who's really not feeling it this game.
Yeah, Alves did get a bunch of camps, an advantage for this play up here on the top side. Guster Posey still hasn't cleared the bot side. But, I mean, another kill for Yicall, who's doing excellent on this chase here. Going to get some turret plates. I do see the value in going for that play here. Meanwhile, Team Sussman, no sums. Oh, Yicall does see this.
Yeah,
I mean,
spotted
I think
on
Yicall
that
could
ward
probably
in
kill
Pixel
Alves
Brush.
too.
Oh, nope, he's going to flash away, but the flash is responded by Alves, who's going forward. Yicall hits him away in the melee form, but Alves is so fast on this Trundle, should be able to catch Yicall with the form change, getting that slight extra movement speed. Alves not going to push his luck any further as Yicall makes it out alive.
Yep, Phase Rush gonna save the day there. And the pillar cooldown is quite hefty. It's about like 18 seconds, level 1. Could be longer. So that is going to be the escape made by Yicall there. Dragon coming up in 130, I believe. So that should be the Eye of Elysium. Looking like they're going to be trying to get mid pressure, get this wave in, get a good reset for their Swain for the Dragon.
And importantly, Cordelia does have the Blackfire Torch in their inventory. Meanwhile, Vrang still building these components, trying to get that Rod of Ages first. It won't be as effective in and around these objectives if it is chosen to be contested by TMGs. It is the Kimtech Drake going to be the second one. Thank you, observers. Thank you, Shivam, for giving us that information.
Okay, thinking about the dive, they need the wave to get in first.
Ooh, and
I feel like
unlucky
they are
bounce.
giving it away. Yeah, they are giving it away. Trundle's not here. Alves is not going to respond. Can they pull this off? They do
Yeah.
have Zac passive. Or they should.
It is not quite available just yet, but Eudora and Deli are in a bit of a troublesome situation. And hold on, Yicall getting another solo kill in the top lane onto Team Sussman. We'll get a look at this now. I mean,
Ooh.
Dominus popped, but it doesn't even matter. Yicall is so far ahead at just 1, 2, 3 autos. Never mind, the fourth was needed on the heal, but still, Yicall feeling really good for themselves as this dive does not come through in the bot lane.
And it looks like with Jungle going top from the side of True Minded Gaming, they are not interested in this dragon, which is going to be another one going over. Owls round number 2. Let's see if you can do it this time.
Yeah, but 3 levels down onto Yicall.
Oh, look at that
Pillar comes up, and Yicall does so much damage. Knock away phase. Rush gives him so much bonus move speed, and Alves will not be able to get the kill.
And yeah, that damage has to be respected. Another rotation, and that is going to be your jungler going down. It's so hard to fight the solo laners 1v1. They just are so much stronger than you with EXP and gold. And it is just super difficult. It looks like lethal tempo with the Blade of the Ring King is completed. So this Trundle, once they get their auto attacks going, is going to be very strong. But as you can see there, if you get kited, you're going to do no damage as Trundle.
Yeah, and there are definitely options for the side of Elysium to be able to create that space away from Alves, the Poppy push. But hold on, before we continue on to that, Alves is in trouble and not long for this world, as I believe that will be Guster Posey picking up the kill onto the enemy jungler.
Another kill. 4K, actually 4.5
This arrow, actually.
K gold lead. And so that is continuously growing on the side of Yggdrasil. Oh, going for a trade. All right, that was a pretty good trade.
It's all right. It's definitely good considering the circumstance.
I mean, for a 0-4 versus 4-1.
Yeah, that Sussman, it is a very good trade considering the situation that Sussman finds themselves in currently. But still, it still feels bad. I mean, look at a few of those auto attacks. Team Sussman already now down to under half HP. With how many of these solo kills we've seen in this top lane, with how much focus we've seen onto the substitute jungler of True Minded Gaming, we will have the Otacon spawning in this top half of the map. And speaking of neutral objectives, on the top half, Shelly is on the map and started up by the side of Elysium.
It looks like they're going to be pulling this first here. No response, no mid lane for the side of TMG. So they're just going to have to full give. Completely going to be able to uncontest. And their jungle's on the same side, so there's no trade play either. Just a straight win here. And this game's looking really good for Elysium. Oh, if they get this bot turret, oh, it's going to be so good for them.
4.5K to the side of Elysium Yggdrasil. An interesting use of the Scryer's Bloom there to be able to get the Q down.
under the turrets.
But under the tower, Yikal goes a little bit too far forward. Guster Posey will have to use the ult to get away to prevent an advance from TMG, but it is a slight blunder from the side of Elysium. One mistake that we've seen from them so far.
Okay, Raptors being pulled. Yeah, Poppy can steal that away from Trundle. Good value here. Meanwhile, Cordelia just getting those Ravens in the mid lane at 19 so far.
Second up, but Team Sussman still in a world of hurt as the focus now is on this top lane. Yikal is going to just ignore the tower with the wave. Flash is traded, but Team Sussman won't quite be hit by the Q. Yikal pushing their luck even further, gets the kill, gets the triumph. Brock is all right, and it just feels so bad to be this Renekton right now.
Yeah, this is a little bit sussy up in the top lane. Not gonna lie. There might be a traitor. There might be a traitor on the top. Just kidding. But
nah, it's just circumstance at this point. It's Yikal is so far ahead now, sitting 5-1-0 on this Jace. 2 items as well. The Ghost Blade and the Eclipse available to him does so much damage, and the bonus shields that come out from the Eclipse also makes him feel so much safer.
no bots ganked either as well, so there's just no winning side for True Minded Gaming here. And it's not like it's easy either. Leona, hard time engaging on Sivir and Poppy, really needs the Trundle to start anything up. And yeah, there's just nothing working on the map right now for TMG.
And it really shows, especially in the gold at this point. Take a look back up towards the top. It's 5.5K to the side of TMG, and it seems like every single time, take a quick look at the gold, it's going to be Elysium just furthering their gold advantage every single time. Within like the last 5 or 6 minutes alone, it's gone up from around 3K to 5.5. It just might continue here as the pressure is now towards this mid lane tier 1 for the side of Elysium.
45 seconds. And a win. Drake will get picked up. Elysium full control mid lane. It's completely boxing out TMG here. The Jace poke coming through as well means that they will not be able to hold this forever.
Yeah, but
we're going to back off on this wave. Oh, they should have just kept the push.
Especially with Cloud Drake up now in 20 seconds. Option will be given the blue buff over to Yikal, so he can continue this poke at a faster rate than previously with the cooldown reduction available to him. But all 5 members of the side of TMG in and around the mid lane, everyone on both teams have arrived. Will get the flash out of Arrow. Not exactly the biggest flash, but is at the very least a summoner spell and a good trade up at this point in time. And the option is to go on Arrow once again, but the Poppy will shove the Leona into the wall. It's a great ult from the Poppy. Eudora having to flash the wall, being able to create the numbers advantage for the side of Elysium, as now the target is Team Sussman from Guster Posey and Cordelia, as this whole side of TMG are zoned completely out of this Drake pit.
Yeah, honestly, Arrow saved their lives, but they went back into the fray, and it costed theirs. Rain here, gonna try to punish Yikal, who's just too far up, all by themselves.
Alone in the 1v3, has a huge shutdown on the head, but the damage isn't quite there. The Eclipse shielding, and as well as the move speed buying Yikal so much time. It's a lot committed to be able to try to get this gold on the shutdown on the Jace, but no dice this time around for TMG.
Yeah, Yikal actually survives that without flash. And yeah, there was enough CC, they just couldn't land in the correct order. And now TMG, you are in some dire straits here.
Arrow will use the Keeper's Verdict. Not the Keeper's Verdict, the Steadfast Presence, but Yikal is taking time to damage. Wall comes up, shutdown, especially onto Meringue for the Anivia. Is a huge member for the side of TMG to get that onto. And perhaps a sign of life for True Minded Gaming here in Game 1.
Yeah, they got themselves another kill, but this one is a big one with that shutdown gold. They do need some items completed on Delhi to get themselves rolling in a team fight. They would have to pick up the rest of the board of bounties if they really want to shine this game, but certainly is doable. So Elysium have to be on the lookout for giving up their bounties in this one.
Speaking of items, Vrang on that recall did finish the Seraph's Embrace, had the tier fully stacked already as an early item, and only 2 stacks away from that Rod of Ages, so we'll be getting that bonus level from that item very soon, and obviously heavy amounts of scaling available, and not only the itemization on this Anivia, but Anivia as well generally. To get that ultimate down in a good spot can do some pretty big numbers as well in terms of damage. And TMG, while they still are almost 5k gold down, they have cut into that deficit with that last play onto Yikal. But importantly, it is on a champion who can carry them if this game goes long enough.
Dora has to be wary of Arrow here. Arrow getting it slowed.
Not quite going to get blocked by the wall though, and so is able to get out.
Is a fast Poppy with the Deadmans as well. Easy to start a fight.
A bit of a, I guess, kind of unconventional move, or at least build from the side of Arrow. Typically in sports don't see a lot of that Deadmans, but he didn't mention that bonus move speed. With how much terrain will be added onto the map with the Trundle Pillar, with the Anivia Wall, I see the vision. I see the vision that Arrow is going with this build.
Oh, I think Deadman's is pretty normal in a Poppy.
On support?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of expensive for his support income, though. I feel like typically you'll see.
I mean, there's
like
so maybe you go for like
You know, you're right. You're right with the Fed statement. You know what? True. This is valid. This is valid. It is something that support item defaultism has. It's a symptom that has, I guess, a disease that has infected my brain. And as someone who has predominantly played support, it's just one of those things that's like, yes, tank supports. They all build Locket all the time in 100% of games, and it's always objectively the best item. Obviously not true, and not what Arrow's going for. Mentioned with those.
I mean, some people hate Locket as well, and they just.
I think Locket's a fun item. I like Locket of the Iron Solari. The shields it gives the suddenly, it's so nice to bait in members trying to dive. You just go, haha, I press Locket, and then all of a sudden they're way out of position, and then you win the fight. That's just me personally. And it is actually the choice that Eudora has gone for on this Leona, the item champ synergy, strong with Leona specifically. And just generally on these tank supports. But anyway, as we take a zoom back, the focus will probably be next on these upcoming objectives. The Baron now spawning in 40 seconds, but it's coming up at the same exact time as the Cloud Drake. And importantly, Elysium, Yggdrasil are on soul point. So it's one of those situations when you're on the losing team that's very, very hard to play around, because if you try to focus down this Drake to prevent the soul, Baron's up. But if you try to put too much focus around the Baron, the Drake's up and you give up soul.
Yeah, you just have to prioritize soul, and if the enemy team goes for Baron, you just have to defend it as best as possible here. I do have to point out the reality that we may have Swain with a Windrake soul, which would be absolutely insane. Just unable to run away from this champion. Oh, they get mid-prior though on the side of TMG.
And they will have vision onto Guster Posey, but only Guster for now, as the option is to go into Arrow, who does really well to use the bush to
Anivia's really good here.
Disadvantage. As you mentioned, there's going to be Anivia. It's not quite going to last long enough to pull, and actually speaking of pull, it's going to be the Alls getting claimed, and it's a very early advantage to the side of Elysium. Yggdrasil, the flash forward from Cordelia goes through, not quite finding any kills, but it separates out Team Sussman and Vrang from the rest of the team. An early advantage to the side of Elysium as the flashes are burned from Vrang, and Team Sussman. Dilly could be in trouble, having to flash away. So it is very least going to be the Sivir without a flash available to them. But still, that will be Soul going to side of Elysium Yggdrasil.
Well, Team Sussman has TP, so they still can be active on the map here. Are they going to pull it? Now Dilly's hitting the dragon. The HP is going to start dropping. TP is pulled. Do they have enough time? No jungler for Smite. 3K.
Down to 3K, but Rang has arrived. The ult goes down to Dilly. The stun finds Dilly, and that will be another shutdown getting picked up by this Nivea. At the very least, it will be the Soul going over to the side of Elysium, but the respawn comes through from the side of Rang as Team Sussman gets a shutdown onto Cordelia, and it's going to be Rang picking up yet another kill as they get the shutdown onto Guster Posey, and it's the ace for True Minded Gaming with Baron on the map.
All right, the ace for Soul is going to be the trade here. They're also going to be picking up a turret plus the Baron. That is a lot of gold going into the pockets of True Minded Gaming. This is an avenue for victory, and they pick up all the bounties as well, and it's right where they want them. Plus, the Baron should be able to extend this into a gold lead after just fighting for the dragon. And, you know, they didn't protect their carries on the side of Yggdrasil, and now they get severely punished in this team fight. And now, True Minded Gaming, despite not picking up a single dragon, have an opportunity to win this game.
Yeah, and that is a part of the double-edged sword from the side of getting such an early Soul. Obviously, 95% of the time, if not more, getting a Soul this early is such an insane value for the winning team. But equally, it does mean that Elder Drake comes onto the map a bit early, and Arrow is the target for the side of TMG, who's very quickly claimed by Team Sussman, who has now gotten their first 2 of the kills of the game within a minute of each other. And, he's finally feeling okay.
Definitely feeling it right now. Trying to get this mid wave in. They want to get this turret. It's being defended by Gilly Yikal.
And the target is Yikal, who's immediately blown up. The Zenith Blade finds its way through onto Yikal, but Eudora will have their life claimed as a result, and the teleport is a little bit too far in from Vrang, but is alive for now. The kill drops onto Dilly. Vrang picking up that kill, specifically as Guster Posey does so much damage onto Dilly, does get the kill, but Cordelia is zoned out from this fight by Vrang, and will be the trade of kills.
Team Sussman also getting a turret top, pushing down another one. Cordelia gonna make a solo defense here. Not the best wave clear.
And Arrow will separate Alves from Vrang, but there's just not a lot of damage available. Only that Swain available. Alves using the pillar to try to slow down Cordelia. Cordelia, though, still kind of tanky at this point in time with the amount of health gained on that Swain. But all the while, in the top lane, Team Sussman left alone to be able to take the 2 towers for themselves. But Arrow has something to say about this. Doesn't have too many teammates nearby, so probably won't be able to do too much to this Renekton.
5 levels up. I sure hope not. That would be a travesty. Or support. I mean,
yeah.
Twice as much gold, 5 levels down. I hope Arrow is not able to beat up Renekton at that point in the game.
Check PayPal.
A real thing that is, I mean, they also have another huge objective on the map. I forget the name, Anatok or something.
Otacon.
Well, Otacon. I'm so bad. Coach, by the way, I keep forgetting the name of this this objective that just added to the game.
It's all right. It's Otacon, less than a year old.
Yeah, that's less than. I mean, I should learn the name by now. I just know what it is. Anyway, Otacon is up. They could actually pick up Otacon, a major objective, despite being down all game.
Yeah, but it is going to be Elysium Yggdrasil who is arriving first. The option is now to go on to Vrang, but Vrang's a little bit too far away, so the option now moves to Team Sussman. And the rest of TMG has arrived. Deli gets the kill, and now into the back line with the ult. The killer instinct now will find Yikal. Double kill for Deli, triple for Deli, soon to be quad for Deli. Not quite, as it's picked up by Cordelia, who gets the kill in the bot lane's Vrang will deny the quad. Cordelia now is trying to turn this fight around, trying to get olives, finds the grab. Will they be able to finish the kill onto the Trundle? Demonic Incision putting out so much damage onto the troll. It will be the Otacon, but at least Cordelia gets another kill. The move now is completely onto Cordelia, whose Demonic Incision is lasting so long. Flash forward, Cordelia, can they find the turnaround? Not quite. Eudora, the burn from Blackfire does get the kill. It's a lot of damage from Cordelia, but not quite enough, as Rang and Deli are the sole survivors of that fight.
And they get Otacon. The kills are even, but very importantly here, a huge gold lead for TMG. They really turned this game around, picking up that Baron. They picked up tons of gold through the turrets, as well as picking up a few extra kills here. And now they have huge bounties on Vrang and Deli, who were very meticulous in picking up these kills safely. And they now have themselves even upped in items versus their opponents here. And so for this next fight, this is going to be pretty even. This is not going to be a landslide victory for anyone.
4.5k gold up to the side of Team G. However, Elysium Ares does have access to the Cloud Soul, and we saw how much value Cordelia gets out with the empowered demonic ascensions. As a result of this Cloud Soul, it is going to be a very close fight for this Elder Drake, which is spawning in 20 seconds. It'll be the only objective on the map. That's what I said earlier about the double-edged sword, about picking that early soul from the side of Elysium, is that with one quick turnaround, immediately it's no longer so assured that this Elder Soul, as Elder buff, will be going to the side of Elysium Yggdrasil. So we've got some very, very precarious positioning to be able to pick up the vision in and around this Dragon Pit.
They could go ahead and catch another wave mid. Bot lane is still pushed out for TMG. You see him going to be clearing that out. Dragon Pool, not yet. No one's going to be able to respond to the mid wave.
All 5 members.
The fight's just going to start.
The pillar is so big to separate Cordelia, but the stasis is there, and that buys Cordelia so much time. Finally goes down, but the teleport comes back in from Team Sussman after getting knocked away. Finds the sun, gets the kill, and Deli's still alive, pumping out damage onto Arrow, who's the target now. Double kill for Deli. Uses the killer instinct, gets the shield, gets the repositioning, is still alive. Team Sussman creates so much space, but he doesn't have quite enough health under his belt, as Yikaw and Dilly are still alive. It's a bloody fight, but 3 kills traded to both sides. With how low these health bars are, both teams will just opt to recall and try again later.
Death timers here are going to be in the favor of Elysium. But yeah, that was a really close fight. Score still even. Gold even closer this time around because Rang did not make it out alive. TP on both these mid laners. They can join this fight as soon as they're alive. Yikaw, Dilly running straight to the mid lane. However, Alves and Deli are there first.
Yeah, just the phase rush, the cloud, also the Cloud Soul, given the extra move speed on the cast of that ultimate. Not exactly
plus
at least
the
in
Jace
combat.
passive.
Yeah, the Jace passive as well. But that does mean that Yikaw ran all the way to the top lane, and the teleports are immediately dropping on the side of Dreamline and Gaming. Vrang will be here first, and they burn through these objectives very quickly. Vrang has so much ability to be able to create space, to be able to zone
4K.
The side of Elysium down to 3k, but Guster Posey will be able to get in time too, because that's stolen! It's stolen by Guster Posey! An absolutely huge moment for the side of Elysium Yggdrasil as Eudora gets burned down by the Elder buff. Cordelia picking up the kill onto the enemy support, and Vrang not long support. Yikaw flashing forward, knowing he has the extra damage from Elder, gets the kill, doesn't quite have the vision onto Deli, who completes their recall, but it's full defense from the side of TMG. We've had an absolute roller coaster of a game, but the push is in the mid lane for the side of Elysium Ares as they look to close out game 1. All there is left for Deli and Team Sussman to be able to find the kills. Teleport coming back into the mid lane. Guster Posey taken very low by Deli, though. The target is now Team Sussman. Will create space for his ADC. Survives so long, but it's not nearly enough with that Elder damage coming down. Mid lane inhibitor claimed, and it's going to be Eudora, who's back up to 10 seconds. All's in another 10 as well. Deli, the target for the side of Elysium, will be getting the birds. Deli trying to get the kill onto Guster, who will heal back up now with the passive. Deli's not long for this world. Will be able to go back into the fountain, but it's so much time bought for the side of Elysium as the target is the Nexus. And after a roller coaster, an absolute mammoth of a game 1, Elysium Yggdrasil finally pull out the victors.
A sigh of relief, I'm sure, is going to wash
Wow.
over their faces as they close out that game. Where for a long time they were like, on the edge of their seat. Did we mess up this game? Did we throw? But they do clutch it up in the end off a Elder Steel. They were not able to get this Zach out of the pit. Was able to make it there just in time. DPS was almost there to take it for the side of True Minded Gaming, just not enough. Vrain wasn't able to hold them back long enough, and that is going to be the team fight after the smite away. But yeah, True Minded Gaming, they were in it. They were so close to victory. They should have won by the end, but just couldn't get that Elder Soul. And so for them, it's going to be a test of mental. Can you make it through to the next game? Because if you're frustrated, if you're tilted after this game, you're not going to be able to pick up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, in that game, we saw a 10k gold swing go in favor of Elysium back to True Minded Gaming, who are sitting up 5k gold before that Elder Drakes. You mentioned that decisive Elder fight is what gets Elysium Yggdrasil out with game 1 claimed. But we're going to have to send it to a break because we have to have these two teams set up for game 2. So don't go anywhere. If that game 1 is anything to go off of, we have an absolute classic of a series on our hands. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back after an absolute classic of a game one between True Minded Gaming and Elysium Yggdrasil. And I mean, how do you even begin to talk about that game, Cribs?
Well, it depends on who you're a fan of. Either that's heartbreaking or the biggest relief you could ever receive.
Never in doubt. You know what? No, it was never in doubt for Elysium fans. What are you talking about?
Never in doubt. They never doubted them for even a moment or a second here. So in Fearless, you typically see these same bands, although they're going to be flipping sides here. I didn't really see any meta-specific bands, so, I mean, why not just send the same bands through? Unless you're trying to do a nice little trade, which could be a possibility here. We still really haven't gone through anything super OP in the meta right now, so I'm just interested to see who's going to start picking something first.
Well, I mean, on the side of True Mind Gaming, now that they are on red, it's been just kind of the focus of discussion in the first draft. But one thing that you can't really, whenever Olves gets like brought up, Belveth is like immediately like the combination, like pick this a 1-2. It's like Olves and Belveth continuously go together. Not going to be taken away this time around. We'll have to see if whether or not TMG think that it is an angle for Olves to be on that champ. But straight away, I think Vladimir is a new band, if I recall correctly.
Well, it could be a new band. Do the side flips here. Ziggs is a pretty strong champion right now. Can be flex mid or bot. Does well in either role. And Ziggs also does really well into something like the Varus because you actually have farther range. We'll see though, because Varus is such a strong champion in the meta, especially if you go poke. So much lane dominance, but if you really need the DPS, you can switch up to on hit. Victor, another strong champion coming through. I don't see any jungle picks here coming out just yet. Mid counter looking pretty likely, and maybe now a Vi since we have the Ahri Vi combo on deck. Possibly even a J4 into Victor as well as the Varus. J4 looking very, very strong.
It will be the option to go for Vi, though, from the side of Elysium. And yeah, it is definitely one of those classic mid-jungle combinations that have so much potency in it with the mixed damage profiles and the amount of ease it gives for Guster Posey on the Ahri to line up a charm and deal out the maximum damage that Ahri can bring. The answer, however, for the side of TMG will be the J4.
J4 Victor, also a strong combo. It's going to be tough to lock people in the pit, though, because Ziggs, Ahri, and Vi all have dashes to get out. Eco Band coming through as well. For the side of Elysium, they're going to need an AD top. They're going to need some AD damage in this game. So AD top makes a lot of sense to me. No AD top bans, but that's definitely what they're looking for.
Yeah, and it's especially notable considering that we do not have Victor nor the Renekton available in this, not the Victor, the Jace. Get my arcane characters mixed up. Either way, Morgana though, going to be the option for True Minded Gaming.
So it's gonna just be to counter their one-shot combo from the Vi. Just throw the Black Shield on. Something like a Tom Kench does something similar here. as a Galio comes through. Lots of AP damage. Galio support, I'm assuming, for now, as they got to get some AD in there. And the Urgot is going to be the pick. Does do a lot of AD damage. And now, time to see the response from TNG, who have a really solid team fighting comp right here. Some more engage would be nice. They're going to go with a Renekton. Or sorry, they're going to go over the Kennen just for the Urgot counter. A lot safer in the lane. However, it is going to be very liable to getting one shot with the Ari and the Vi in this game.
Yeah, and that really is like it is such a strong duo. We haven't seen necessarily, I guess, the highest level it played all too much recently, specifically together, but it can never be completely written out. So we get underway here in game 2. So if you are just tuning in, Elysium, Yggdrasil are up against True Minded Gaming in Titans Conqueror League semifinals. Elysium did pick up a back and forth game 1, so we move straight in to game 2. Neither of these teams opting to do anything crazy here at level 1, so we'll just continue on as we were with the focus being around, as you mentioned, this mid lane with the with how much the combos are out of these two mid jungles.
Yeah, mid jungle combo is very important here and very potent on both sides. So we'll see how it ends up playing. Who's going to get the lead? And I'm really looking at the bot lane for how is Delhi going to play this game. They have the Morgana to counter the one-shot combo with the Urgot, Ari, and Vi. We'll see how well it is going to be executed.
Yeah, the Black Shield does deny a lot of CC, especially from Guster Posey, as the Vi does not do any physical damage, can't quite get through the magic damage shield to deny the CC that they want to use to be able to go in with the primarily the cease and desist. Will be the value that this Morgana does try to find. That being said, early on, Morgana definitely one of the more like weaker champions in that regard, and outside of a crazy dark binding.
Well, should be pretty good against Galio. Galio is a nice choice to be laning into if you're Morgana, because I mean Galio's doesn't really have a way to bust through the Black Shield. Does have magic damage, but it is kind of low. It's a more sustained kind of magic damage. Oh, binding's gonna hit there. Nice little poke trade.
Yeah, and well, I would say mentioned outside of any of those bindings, obviously Eudora getting off to a decent start, and we'll probably see that a bit. The binding does land, it definitely allows Delhi to follow up very easily, especially at that level 6. You could find a binding and it locks an easy moment in for the Chains of Corruption with an empowered W, but Guster Posey going to get forcing the flash out of right in the mid lane.
Yeah, flash for flash there. Can make a repeat gank, and with Cordelia, Flash Charm is on deck. So has to play very safe in the mid lane right now.
We might have some trouble in around the bot lane scuttle crab. Guster Posey's
Guster.
Immediately low. Whoa, Guster just completely caught out after the gank. Thought that the bot side river was his to move into, but the rest of TMG collapsed onto him very nicely.
Could have just went to top river to get the scuttle crab too. So you thought you could just flash gank mid and just roam down to bot scuttle with no bot prio in this game? Guster Posey giving over first blood.
Yeah, and it feels very good on the side of TMG, especially with it going on to the Victor. It gives him access to his empowered abilities that much quicker. I think getting that kill onto Victor, especially just as kind of an insult to injury situation, it helps out
double buff.
this champ so much. Oh, and double buffs as well. Oh.
The red buff healing is so underrated here. I do think Guster Posey should just look for a gank mid. It's going to bail out your Ari. Victor does not have flash. And Ari still does, so there's an opportunity. But now that is going to be fading with the back here. And so now Guster Posey not going to be having those double buffs.
Yeah, meanwhile, Alves is given free reign to do whatever he wants. In that meantime, opting to get that top lane scuttle, as we will have the Hex Tech Drake as the first Drake, as it's been so many years since we've had those 2 Drakes added to the games, and yet still we don't have like an official marker for them in Spectator. So thank you, thank you Shivam for giving us that information, as we will have that on the map right about now.
Econ, no mana up here. Of course, Kennen operating on energy, gonna out-sustain. As well as level 6 with the flash. I mean, the flash, E flash ult should be the kill.
It is if Team Sussman opts to use it. Doesn't look like we'll be seeing that just yet.
Now
out from TMG. Yeah, okay. I mean, and has the level 6 as well, the Fear Beyond Death available. And with how low the health bar is of Team Sussman, might be a good idea to hightail it out of here at this point in time, and, well, they will opt for that. Meanwhile, the option towards this bot lane. Both these ADCs, or I say ADCs, Dilly obviously on the Ziggs, not really going to be doing too much physical damage, not going to be building AD specifically, but still these bot lane carries will both opt for the support, but the teleport. Wow. Both opting for the teleport, but interestingly enough, Dilly did use it to get back to lane, all the while Deli opting to walk all the way back from base instead.
This wave does give them pride, but Alves is waiting for an opportunity, a moment. And it looks like that moment is coming to fruition. Eudora's walking up.
Still here. Flag drag finds its way onto Dilly. Does have the flash. Teleports now dropping down to try to find a kill in this bot lane. Vrang on his way. Not going to get too much value out of that teleport use, but it will at the very least secure movement onto this Drake, and almost certainly going to be first strike to the side of TMG.
Fortunately, Black Shield wasn't in time, so took full CC. Wasn't able to get enough DPS or CC there for the kill, but that does give them the dragon here. Meanwhile, Guster Posey on the opposite side of the map, taking away the jungle camps. This is not going to be a free dragon.
No, and actually Guster Posey moves to the top side. Guster Posey trying to find a way onto Team Sussman is being a bit careful, knowing that his jungler is on the bottom half of the map, not really giving away in for Yggdrasil, but Guster Posey is spending a lot of time trying to find this gank. Team Sussman, as you mentioned, is moving dangerously forward, getting perhaps a little bit too comfortable. Guster Posey, Wolf trying to find the move, and now as Team Sussman moves towards the river, nowhere to go anymore. The slicing Maelstrom will stun up both. The hop forward from Yggdrasil won't quite find the kill, won't matter as auto comes through, and Yggdrasil gets a kill onto Team Sussman, importantly near his own tower without teleport.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Void Grubs rightfully earned there. Alves is waiting here. Don't think they have an opportunity to get in because of the support roam up as well. Eudora is not here, so this is going to be Oh, Alpha's walking up. This is so dangerous.
He's going to try it. The charm will go wide. The Cataclysm finds its way onto everybody, and now the answer back is the flash from Vrang. All of us hit by the Fear Beyond Death. Must not quite have the execute on that just yet. All is now moving forward, trying to steal the final grub. Isn't successful. Does have to flash away. All 3 grubs go to the side of Elysium, but TMG not quite going to give this one up just yet with the really low health bars on Yggdrasil and Arrow. But they will finally back away now.
Okay, Alves somehow makes out alive, even ulting in with the Cataclysm, but does use Flash. And also that's going to be Cordelia's ult down on the Ahri as well, so that is a nice timer. But Void Grubs go over, and TMG don't get a punish, importantly for Elysium here, because bot lane, Ziggs just farming it up. Hard to really get the wave in against this champion.
Yeah, TMG not quite opting to do what Elysium did in that first time around, knowing that especially with that kill going down onto Team Sussman, that they were always going to be at a numbers disadvantage. Instead of trying to find value elsewhere on the map, try to turn that fight around. Not quite successful this time around, but trying to find a fight. Yika hopping forward into the wave of Team Sussman and will be punished on the back end as a result. Sussman getting a little bit dangerously forward there.
Yeah, didn't want to expend the flash for the E flash engage there. Although I think that would have done the trick. Sussman did not have the ulti. Now can use that as a way to mitigate the DPS of Yukon here. Both teams playing around bot side right now. Junglers farming it up. But I see Guster Posey with one eye on the bot lane here.
Yeah, is moving around, but Olves is within the vicinity, so any sort of gank could definitely be answered. And speaking of, Guster Posey could be in trouble. Flag Drab finds its way onto Olves, but we're going to have a bit of split fight. The move now is onto Olves. The Black Shield a little bit late, and that'll be Arrow picking up the kill. And the health bars are low on Guster Posey, but he's too far separated from the side of Eudora and Delhi for them to follow up.
Yeah, just not getting the Black Shield there in time again. Guster Posey gets the full ult off. And just no way for Alp to get out of there. They did also have a little bit of a shorter path, but unfortunately just weren't there to be in time for the J4. So another win picked up for Elysium here. This game super close, not as explosive as game number one. Both teams kind of feeling it out here in this second game.
Yeah, and it is really close all around. The gold, I guess, lead technically is over to the side of Elysium by 200 gold. That's basically negligible. Not really all that significant, but what is the fact behind next spawning in 50 seconds? Going to be that Ocean Drake. So neither the Hextech nor Ocean Drake's going to be available for this game. Two of the stronger souls potentially not on the board, and that might be one point of relief for Elysium if Team G can manage to pick this up.
Oh, early engage.
Drag before it's sent over. The option is on to Arrow, but there's nearly not a lot of follow-up to go behind Olves to really commit too much onto Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow was all alone, but fortunate for Arrow, not a lot of follow-up there. Delia is going to spot Alves here, but now is surrounded. Oh,
Dark Binding going to be dodged out well by Cordelia to step back towards the mid lane, towards the top of the map. Won't get hit by it. That would have been almost certain doom for this Ahri had it landed. And it's important that they dodged out because we have this Drake spawning now and a potential fight coming through. Immediately flag drops from Olves, no drag to follow. Will be a bit of a short cooldown for that next option. Next flag comes back up for Olves. And won't quite be punished on just yet by the side of Elysium. Trying to find a way, and Guster Posey will be able to hop over the wall here as a potential try to steal, gets in range, steals it, and once again, Guster Posey finds an important steal. Feats of warfare going over to the side of TMG, or side of Elysium as they start out the kill. Cordelia picking up the kill onto all of his junglers traded,
Nice
but Arrow is very low. The piercing arrow lands onto Arrow specifically. Bit of redundancy, but it will be an extra kill going over to the side of TMG, and the binding lands onto Ahri. Delhi picks up yet another kill. Great binding for Eudora to set up the Varus.
All right, they don't get the dragon.
Ykal's in trouble. Hold on a second. Another kill will be going over to the side of TMG.
All right, they're going to win in the bot and in the top. They don't get the dragon, but that is all for naught here because they're going to get a lot of kills on the back end, and they now have a gold lead as we have Team Sussman picking up a revenge kill up on the top side. Eudora hitting another binding on the way out. And with the next objective being the Rift Herald, looking for both teams to here swap to the top side or swap their bot lane to the mid lane and start playing for that objective.
Interestingly, though, Delhi is immediately moving straight back to the bot lane. As you mentioned, we do have the Rift Herald spawning next in just a few moments, under a minute now. Teleports used by both top laners towards this top side, and no teleports available from Dilly or Delhi. So We're going to have a relatively even fight around this objective, unless if we get a longer extension. Eudora has opted to move towards this Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Arrow is still on the bottom half of the map. At the very least, that hero's entrance is a pretty decently long range to be able to join that fight should Arrow start to move towards the mid lane.
You know, they are starting to move up. Deli's staying on the bot side here. And it looks like of all the TPs, they are all down right now. 6 TPs, not a single one available. Deli's going to get there soon. Dilly's a little bit behind. Right? Just about to get right now.
Binding fires its way onto Arrow, flag, drag, follow up. But only Vrang is nearby and actually chooses to go onto Guster. Posey gets a really decent chunk of damage onto Guster there, taking 1/3 of his HP away. And so now the move for the side of Team G is to go straight onto Shelly.
Yeah, they have full control here, as they did with the Dragon. Will they get this one stolen away is the question. Guster Posey's looking into the ramp. But Team Sussman does have ultimate.
Guster's smites have been on point so far this series. The option is to go towards Eudora, the health bar.
Oh, the miss!
Oh, but the Cataclysm now will throw it down onto Guster. Won't quite find the kill onto the enemy jungler, but it is going to be Guster completely out of this fight. Vrang finally picking up the kill onto the enemy jungler, but the Mega Inferno Bomb drops its way onto 3 as Cordelia picks up all of his. No junglers available. The health bars are way too low on the side of Elysium. Only Yicall is left trying to find the way onto Team Sussman. The stun lands onto Yicall, slicing Milsim, drops. Yicall will be picked up by Deli. Actually, no, it would be Team Sussman, but regardless, it's Deli who's now arrived, and these health bars are so low on the side of TMG. And Aurora picks up the kills, and Vrang follows up. Is a very dominant fight to the side of TMG, as now Rift Herald is all but theirs for the taking. Of course, as I say that, Deli just going to opt to recall instead.
Yeah, no junglers alive. So, and just the solo 80 cannot get the Rift Herald. So they're going to reset here. TPs from both mid laners, I'm assuming, coming out. Going to meet in the mid lane. Try to get file as fast as possible, but Guster is going to the red buff, not the Rift Herald here. Dragon is now up because no one is able to pick it up at the last fight. So do they have to choose between Dragon and the Rift Herald? And it looks like Elysium says, we're not going to contest this.
Drake is spawning within the next minute, but it is still a decent amount of time now, 40 seconds before it spawns. So TMG are going to opt to run straight to the Rift Herald. Give over a little bit of an advantage on the Dragon side, but it doesn't look like TMG, or I guess Elysium, sorry, name's incorrect, are going to really utilize this to be able to get a positional or vision advantage in around this Drake in the meantime.
Okay, Drake position here. It's kind of split right now, mid-prio. Looks like TMG's going to reclaim it here. Deli was all alone on the bot side.
Importantly, Team Sussman's teleport is back up, and speaking of things around this Drake, that will be the Rift Herald summoned mid by the side of TMG, trying to claim that push advantage. Shelly charges, gets the first turret over to the side of TMG. It does look like the side of Elysium are going to have to give up this Infernal Drake, as Shelly also gets a second charge onto the mid lane tier 2.
Going down pretty low here.
Oh,
Guster. Not available for Alves for a couple seconds. Now it is.
Gonna try this? Surely not. Yeah, no.
They got it.
That's the second Drake over to the side of TMG, getting all that little bit closer to the soul. Second Drake, typically not necessarily the most important. However, does mean the next one is a potential soul point to the side of TMG, but trouble for the side of the bot lane of TMG, as Eudora is going to be immediately targeted and destroyed. Deli, the target of the cease and desist, will have to desist, forfeit his life over to the side of Dilly, as in 2 kills go over to the side of Elysium Yggdrasil.
And that right there is why I don't like Morgana into mages. Ziggs popped the black shield with the magic damage And then the CC came through as soon as that shield fell.
Oh,
Oh, here we go.
Cataclysm
Engagement.
drops, gets a flash out of Dealey. Redemption drops onto Olves. Guster Posey immediately deleted as Vrang has arrived. Arrows not long for this world. The Gravity Well gets the kill and actually teleports coming down to the bot lane trying to find Dilly as a response. Perhaps a little bit over ambitious from Team Sussman to find this Ziggs, but still 2 kills go over the side of TMG as well as what will be the tower in the bot lane.
Go ahead. DPS is tower down, 1 minion left. I think they should have it.
They should still have it.
And there it is. Minion not necessary. We're picking up that turret there. And with mid turret, top turret, and bot turret, that is the full ring of outers. And you can see it in that gold lead. 5K for TMG. So this is the reverse of game number 1. TMG going to be in the driver's seat for game number 2. It's all about if they can close this out, and right now it's looking pretty good.
It is definitely looking very good for the side of TMG. As you mentioned, they are up 4.5k gold at this point. Not really anything on the map to fight over, so have to imagine that stays relatively level for the time being. But I mean, obviously, we did. Anyone, if you're just tuning in, if you weren't able to catch game 1, a 5k gold lead wasn't quite enough for either Elysium or TMG to see out that advantage to the end of the game. So even though it is still very much the ball in the court of True-Minded Gaming, it's one that's, well, not Flash, not sure which way that went onto the Scuttle Crab, but really at this point, maybe not the biggest, but yeah, no, really, 5k gold is it's still significant, but definitely not decisive.
Which means that the game's not over until the game is actually over with both these teams, both showing the ability to make a clutch play, but also completely fumble the ball at the same time. So anyone could take it at any moment in time here. As we have Otacon up, Alves face checking, engaging
I see
in.
a flag drag in the bot lane that was kind of off camera. Alves not taking a bunch of damage. Teleports immediately called from the rest of both teams as a result. But the TP now drops down onto the Urgot. Dark Binding will instead find Yicall. Chains of Corruptions go wide, but all the while the fight now is to turn on to Vrang. But Team Sussman uses the Slicing Maelstrom, all the while Dilly gets killed and will find the kill onto Yicall. All's trying to fight him. Meanwhile, Custer Posey, it's all over the place, gets the kill onto Vrang as this fight has truly gone the way of Elysium. Eudora and having to flash away. TMG, despite their 5k gold lead, not finding any kills.
Well, there we go. The turnaround on display here. And yeah, a split fight actually in the favor of Elysium. They have better single target abilities, better ways to win their 1v1s. Meanwhile, TMG, they have to play as a team. They have to play together. They work synergistically. They're not as good individually. And so with a spread fight like that, you have massive AoEs just being, used on 1 or 2. And that's not going to be enough to win a team fight. And so Elysium, they are going to shore up a lot of this gold lead. They don't get Otacon. They instead opt for a mid turret. Don't want to risk it for that objective. And now they're going to have a pretty good timer into TMG here. They're not too far behind to match any play that they go for.
Importantly, the Infernal Drake is spawning in 20 seconds. And with how long that fight took and the extra mid tower that Elysium decided to opt for does mean that TMG will get the first move onto the Drake, which is now in this amount of time spawning just about now. You see it over the pit there, now officially on the map, but we've seen the smites from Guster Posey, and on this blue side with the Vi, it's definitely one of the easier objectives to take away, but it's going to be very quickly burned down by the side of TMG, down to 6k HP now, 3k. Guster, can he find the steal? He's into the pit. Oh! It's going to be another steal from Guster Posey. Will cost him his life, but he gets what he came for.
He can't keep getting away with it. He can't. But now they don't have a jungler for Otacon. Do they just pull this right away? Force a team fight.
Is low though, only down to half HP. Team Sussman as well, not all that healthy. So even though it is numbers advantage to the side of TMG with Otacon up, it won't exactly be the easiest takeaway. But it might just be the option that they elect to move on to now. Vrang trying to zone out Arrow, Dilly, and Yeecall as they have officially fully moved on to this Otacon, are fully committing for it. The observers won't give us any information on the health of this Otacon, of this objective, and it's finally taken away by TMG. No contest from the side of Elysium.
The other objective, not a bad trade. Dragons are even, so not the biggest deal to lose one. And they do pick up Otacon, a huge buff for EXP. And
it gives you that
redemption doing work from Eudora there. Healed a lot of HP for them to be able to pick up that objective unscathed.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an I guess, appreciated use of the redemption. Being able to survive out the damage and amount of like resistance shred that the side of Otacon does bring down onto a team, especially when down an opposing member, did mean that TMG were able to pick that objective up unscathed. But speaking of neutral objectives and important ones, Baron is now up and available right after Otacon went down. So we'll have to imagine that a lot of these members of both teams will be heading towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, producer really passionate about Baron wards there, showing both sides, blue and red, having vision over Baron. And no one's going to be able to sneak it, at least for the time being.
And not exactly the biggest neutral objective damage on either side. TMG have an okay amount with Victor, and with the items actually not really going for the burn items this time on the Victor. Interestingly, this is actually a very unique Victor build, I'd say.
Yeah, very strange, and I don't think it's going to put out the best DPS. Certainly can give nice turret killing capabilities here.
Oh, but Drag, of course, as soon as we say that, the auto attack.
Well, DPS and burst are not the same thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit unconventional, but I mean that burst Victor almost kind of build. Those auto attacks, those empowered ones with both the exactly which ability it is on the Victor. It gives the empowered
you have to
auto combined. Yeah, but combined with the Lich Bane, that's going to be a Dark Binding finding its way onto Guster. Posey is immediately deleted. His smites have been huge, but without them on the map, the move is going to be straight to the Baron for the side of TMG.
Not to mention Vrang on the bot lane. They're going to push a wave in, threaten this bot turret, and with that Lich Bane, that thing should be dead. Someone has to match. Looks like they're ignoring it, and now Vrang's going to TP in. Didn't get the turret yet, but they really want
Mega Inferno Bomb drops, doesn't quite find Alls, but takes a decent chunk out of Deli's health bar. He's down to half HP now, is targeted by the Fear Beyond Death. If they can find any more damage on Deli, then surely that comes through. Yeecall's coming through. Dilly gets the kill onto the Varus, and now Elysium find the fight. They come through. Team Sussman's gone. It will be traded back onto Arrow, but it's the fight found by the side of TMG. Vrang's the only one left alive. He's still very healthy, though. It does a lot of damage, can't be ignored. A few of these auto attacks are very critical. Cordelia now very low, but the charm will land, and so the kill gets picked up onto Vrang. The ace goes the way of Elysium, and the Baron, which we thought originally was going to the side of TMG, will now be going on the side of Elysium Yggdrasil.
They just were a bit too greedy. The DPS for Baron wasn't there. They had them in a pincer move. They could have just had Vrang stay on the bot side, get a free turret, maybe recall, because they just weren't really ready to take the Baron just yet because they don't have enough DPS. Vrang's not there. Cannon doesn't do good damage. Support Morgana doesn't do good damage. Just not enough DPS. If they had an on-hit
teleports.
Varus,
wait, we have Drake coming up. There's a lot going to be committed to try to move immediately onto the strike by the side of TMG. All three teleports used by TMG. An absolutely massive investment from the side of, I guess, actually Elysium. My mistake. Sometimes side selection changes, but the move now, the Drake will be picked up by the side of Elysium, and it will be soul point to Yggdrasil. Oh, the stun drops on the Guster Posey, prevents him from dashing away. We'll still be all right, though.
Okay, damn. I mean, they're just straight giving up mid lane here on the side of Elysium, but it's going to be matched.
Top lane and with the Baron. TMG on
Vrang?
the outside. Matter actually moving is a move on to Vrang, who's immediately deleted by Dilly, and the rest of TMG are collapsed upon, but the counter is here for the side of TMG. Going to be a double kill going on to Dilly. Now Olves on the wrong side of the map. Won't be able to find a way out as Arrow picks up the kill, and it's going to be Elysium opting to move even further into the base. The attempted fight from the side of TMG doesn't quite find anyone, and it's only Deli and Eudora left to try to defend, but the Fear Beyond Death will be denied by the Black Shield. So it won't quite be the kill onto the bars just yet, but the base hasn't been officially cracked open from Elysium.
Elysium getting an inhib, which is going to be great for them for a Baron in the upcoming game here. 3 minutes away from a soul possibility. Although the inhib's on the better side for a dragon defense, so we'll see if TMG can manage to get that. But the double dragon steals are going a real distance in this game here, Isaac, because they were not supposed to get those dragons, and now they're on Soul Threat.
I know, without those steals from Guster Posey, this next Drake probably wouldn't be as nearly as important as it would, but as you mentioned, it is Elysium Yggdrasil on that soul point. Eudora going to miss out on the Dark Binding. Cordelia not pushing it any further, but yeah, I mean, Infernal Soul, it's just a really good soul to have regardless of who's on your team.
Probably the weakest one, but it's always one that there's no downside to it. Although for a team like TMG, there's enough burst in the tank where this soul doesn't really matter. Of course, you don't want the enemy team to have more damage. It's just free damage. But it's not the best soul in the situation for Elysium. But they'll happily take it if they can here. Rain looking for a little cheeky bush strat again. And Cordelia is tired of that. Doesn't want to walk up. Interesting enough, there is a very distinct lack of magic penetration on this Ahri here. So MR will go a very long way until something is built.
And speaking of MR, Vrang, obviously we talked about how unorthodox this Victor build is, but the Hunter's Talisman obviously denying any sort of like CC availability does slow down that initial push from the side of Elysium Yggdrasil. Definitely getting a decent amount of value so far. Bit of a, like I said, unconventional way to go about a build for Victor and Vrang, but you know, I don't disagree with it at this point. I see it. I see the vision. I didn't see the vision beforehand. I was questioning Vrang's options from the shop, but I'm a full believer of what they've gone for. And speaking of magic resistance,
I think Azonia's would be way better in this.
Than the Void Staff.
You could believe.
That is probably true. Void Staff obviously has that percent.
Definitely needs the Void Staff. I'm talking about Banshee's Veil.
Banshee's Veil. Over Banshee's Veil? Okay, I was just mentioning the Void Staff specifically because it was just completed by Vrang on their recall. It was their most new fancy item in their inventory. Going to give them that much more power on this
Dragon in 30 here, so this is a big moment. Elysium, do they get the soul? Do they lose the team fight here with position onto the river? They're giving it. They're backing on Dilly. The next wave is coming. The TP is here to match this wave, but they are not in a good position. They're just going to drop the wave entirely. Both teams, they're just going to go in the river. They want to be in this river right now.
wanting to be able to set up the vision against the other ones to be able to get a slight advantage, especially on this. If you think of TMG with how many Drakes Guster Posey has stolen, they want to know where Guster is at all time to make sure that he can't pull out any of these clutch smites any further. Has been targeted now by Yicall, going to draw aggro from this Drake. Now it is definitely not going to be reset as the target is Yicall, taking about a third of his HP down, but one bomb onto Eudora does half of her health bar. Now Drake at 5k down to half HP. Guster Posey is in the pit, is within smite range. Flag drag moves in. Dilly will get the first kill. The Mega Infernal Bomb drops over the top as Guster gets the Infernal Drake, gets the soul to the side of Elysium, and they've gone from hurts to thriving as Dilly now will be claimed by Cordelia. The ace is picked up by Elysium Yggdrasil, and the move is straight to the base of TMG as Elysium look to send this series to match points.
They're going straight for the throat after winning that team fight. And this is just, I mean, this game, again, a crazy back and forth. Guster Posey clutch steals across the board. That looks like an inhib just spawned. It looks like it spawned just in time, but I don't think it's going to give them enough time on the side of TMG here. This hurt's going down easy. The health bars are so low. They're trying to find something. But it's not
flashes in. It's not. I mean, it was a valiant effort from Eudora, but the wave was already pushed in. The inhibitor wasn't quite enough to delay, and Elysium Yggdrasil claim game 2 and are now on match points.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think the Morgana pick really worked out. The Black Shield is counterable by the Ziggs magic damage anyway. On top of, you really have to time it well to prevent the CC from coming through in the first place. Tom Kench can pretty much do the same job, except it's a lot easier. You don't have to time the ultimate super accurately. You just eat them when they're in the middle of an ult, get them into safety. And unfortunately, they didn't want to go with that route. Maybe they don't play Tom Kench or anything like that. And it really did hurt their bot lane.
While it was still very well executed by the side of Elysium Yggdrasil as well to be able to come back from the position that they were in after around 15 minutes. Once again, Elysium Yggdrasil, they find themselves in a bit of trouble, yet still come out the victors.
Yeah, I do like Ziggs. I think it's an underutilized pick. Look at the damage from Dilly in this game. Quite a bit higher than their counterpart in the bot lane there. And it's just so good with the Vi on top of it. Like, you just, the enemy AD carry, if they get hit with the ultimate, there's just no option. You just get hit by the Ziggs bomb, and that's a lot of damage if you're in the center. So, like the draft that they were able to pull together, executed. Had some sketchy moments, but as we've seen, they're just more clutch. They're just more clutch on the side of Elysium. They're calm under pressure, and they're able to pull out these late game team fights to victory.
Yeah, especially a few of those smites from Guster Posey so far this series. We'll have to see if Guster can keep up these clutch smites going into Game 3, or if True Minded Gaming have a way to come back and send us to Game 4. But until then, don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing to you Game 3 on the other side of this break. And after a bit of an extended break, we are back and ready to go for game 3 between True Minded Gaming and Elysium Yggdrasil. Elysium sitting on match points, and never really been truly out of these games so far that we've seen.
Yeah, Yggdrasil have basically done a really good job keeping themselves in the game, even if they're behind. And in these 5v5 scenarios, they've just been doing a lot better than TMG, if we're going to be honest here. And that's really what's giving them the advantage in these games. It's just their 5v5 is better. So TMG, they might have to change up their strategy. Try to find themselves with a more pick-oriented comp, something that operates more individualistically, as that is a long word that I had to go for there. But yeah, I think they might have to change up their strategies. These team comps aren't really working for them. Elysium just has the advantage.
Minded Gaming opting once again to stay on the blue side. Though, despite the 2-0 scoreline, it does have to be said, overall, TMG definitely haven't been too bad. I suppose they've definitely shown a lot of positives coming into this game as well. I feel like 2-0 might be a little bit harsh and not quite the most representative of how they've been performing.
No, of course. TMG were basically in a winning position in both games, so definitely can take it. We'll see if Aphelios is going to be their future here, because that is a very good AD carry for pumping out damage. The response is going to be Lucian, and now the support champion is going to be very important as to what Elysium goes with to pair with this Lucian.
I also think Aphelios is one that True Minded Gaming does like, 'cause I know they are a big proponent of the Aphelios Thresh bot lane. It's the reason why we've seen Thresh banned out quite a few times, especially those second rounds of bans. It is available in the B1 Aphelios. They won't opt for the Thresh. They'll go a bit of another iconic Aphelios lane with the Braum.
Yeah, so you have to be scared of the Emilio here. Braum is not very good in Emilio. Oh, Emilio value going through the roof right now. This is definitely the pick. I'm not sure if Elysium sees it or if they want to play it themselves. But a nice... Oh, the Rakan. So Rakan is good into the Braum. He's not so great into the Mumu. Big, wide AoE CC. Great against Rakan here. But we'll see how the rest of the draft develops. Elysium go for an early Jax pick. But they really need someone who's going to be able to get on top of the Aphelios and get that Rakan charm right where they need it.
Yeah, obviously the swiftness of the grand entrance is a very potent engage tool, but TMG, obviously the Mumu, I mean the Curse of the Sad Mum, if you're talking about engage and starting out fights, as good as Rakan is, a Mumu, that's his whole entire identity.
Yeah, Rakan does not want to get mixed up with that. Once you lock down this champion, there's not much else that Rakan can do. So we'll see how they fix up the rest of the draft here. Aurora going to be playing dive role here. And now blind picked for the top side of TMG. They have some pretty good tools for a team fight. Veigar going to be lots of space. Going to be protected by the Braum and Amumu, who also gives magic damage dealers a boost with 10% true damage. So that is going to be huge DPS and does great into the Aurora after lane phase.
And Aatrox also going to be the option for, Team Sussman. Out of the champions remaining, a very solid blind. Okay! Alright! Illaoi going to be locked in for Yikao.
Yeah, Illaoi is such an annoying champion. I personally hate playing against this champion. Especially in lane. It just seems so unfair. But it is a very good answer to the Mumu. Mumu's going to come in, right? Try to ulti start team fight. And then if Illaoi's there in the way, just going to completely negate the possibility of continuing that team fight. Tentacles are going to spawn and cause massive chaos here. I believe Cordelia saw this.
I think Cordelia saw it. And we'll see it now. All 5 members of the side of TMG moving into the top red side jungle is spotted out. I'm not sure if TMG are aware if they've been spotted out, but that does mean that Arrow is able to move into the the bot half blue side jungle get that ward on that brush, that like diagonal brush that separates those portions of the jungle, will be able to see all stepping over it now and being able to get the extra knowledge as to where the start will be for this Amumu, as well as the red buff going being warded out by TMG. So knowledge gained by both these two teams. They will know Guster Posey. Will eventually know Guster Posey starting on the bottom half of the map, moving top. So we've got two junglers moving to the same side of the map, starting out.
You have to respect that Amumu Braum level 1. Very, very strong. Alright, they're going to go ahead. Start autoing this wave down. And both junglers pathing top. Alawi is a champion that really needs to get to level 6 to be effective. In the laning phase, any champion can really take her down early. So both junglers going top is opening up that opportunity. And Alawi has no CC, so not really good in a skirmish.
Yeah, but I mean, you mentioned that level 6 from Malawi, and generally in these 1v1s, especially as you call, will eventually get levels under their belt. However, Team Sussman admittedly doing a good job slowing things down level 1. But I mean, Alawi's always just such a threat, especially in these 1v1s, especially as she starts to get those tentacles set up. She can land anything onto Team Sussman. You definitely do some pretty big work there in the top lane.
Jungler's about to be completing their top side now. Bot side looks like nothing much is going to happen here, just because no jungler action. And an early invade from Guster here. He doesn't take his red buff, which is actually really bad for a 1v1.
All will know that this ward has gone down.
No one's roaming.
No, but it does look like Team Sussman's moving now, but Olves has to flash away. Early advantage goes over to the side of Guster Posey as... So yeah, Bandage Hodge misses. As Posey now leaping back towards the blue buff, steals it away successfully. The flash gets him out. Cordelia has arrived to help. Yukal's also eventually moving down now, and Guster Posey completes the heist.
Wait, Alves also does not have flash because of the earlier dodge. So it's going to be an even flash trade as well as one smite away from Guster Posey. So I guess they are going to be slightly advantaged in the situation. They're not going to be able to get the crab, but they're going to be able to get 3 buffs on the map. Wait a minute. Alves is upset. He wants revenge.
Alves is moving up. Got the ward down. I don't know if he saw the red buff. I mean, he saw the red buff was gone. Didn't know if it was necessarily taken already or...
No, you can tell with the map. The map will show you if the camp's still alive. So if you don't see the camp there,
valid,
still alive on the map, then you just know that they have kited it into a bush.
That is a valid point. That's yep.
That's a jungle. I guess that's jungle main things. I guess.
Yeah. I don't have the brains to notice all of these things at once when I play jungle. But speaking of noticing things, Guster Posey going to camp out the chickens. All going to trouble. No flash. And really, Olves in a ton of trouble. It's going to be Rang arriving now to help Guster out. I mean, to help Olves out. And actually, the event horizon drops. But Olves is so low, don't think he had bandage toss available either to follow up. And so, chickens will be picked up by Guster Posey.
Steal away as well. And this is how you really want to play against tank junglers. Just go invade them, beat them up 1v1, take their stuff, be a bully, essentially. And try to win the game early. Both top laners going to be utilizing TP. And Guster Posey has a lot of jungle clearing to do.
Yeah, he obviously was able to take away those camps from Olves, which does feel good, but does, mean he has a little bit of extra time needed to move over and take these camps for themselves. Drake has spawned now onto the map, but both of these junglers, obviously having cleared that bottom half of the map, are instead going for the camps instead of the Drake.
All right, Cordelia going to get a very beneficial trade here. Gus or Posey, not in position for the dragon. Yeah, it is going to be that air drake first. So no soul, no wind soul coming through here. Arrow going to stop the back.
Oh, grand entrance finds two, but Dilly's a little bit too far away. The exhaust drops down onto Dilly. The stun eventually gets across, but there's so much damage from the solution early on that Dilly and Eudora will be around half HP. Oh, hold on. Cordelia down at a third HP themselves. Bit of a... Whoa, okay, all over the map. No time to wait. Team Sussman gets a solo kill onto Yikal. Despite potentially low disadvantage, how did this one go through?
Levels up.
Oh, levels up right at the perfect time. Yikal misses the test of spirit, and that's where most of the damage comes from. And it will be Team Sussman picking up first blood.
Yeah, that's just a straight out play there. Dodges all of the abilities and gets the counter kill. Levels up on the minion with the Q as well. Beautifully done. And that is a well-deserved first blood for Team Sussman.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. Just a straight up out play. And so now Team Sussman is going to be feeling pretty good with a CS lead under their belt at around 10 at this point, as well as the extra 300 gold from getting the kill. Importantly, though, still both objectives on the map. First Drake hasn't been taken in all this time, which means the grubs will be spawned in under a minute. And we could have a similar situation to last game where we might have a bit of a nostalgia for the grubs for Drake trade.
Yeah, they're all the games pretty late Drake takes, to be honest. Usually want to get there when it spawns or pretty close to it. Really extends the game if you don't go for an early Drake here. Looks like the setup is going to be coming out first from Elysium. They have mid push. Alright, sorry, they don't have mid push. They have their support roam first.
And Arrow's
not
going to
get caught by
use
Brain.
the grand entrance to get out. Won't have access to that for a little bit longer. So we'll have to wait to find a potential fight. Cordelia dodging out Rang a bit, but still going to take an okay amount of damage. Both Rang and Cordelia about roughly the same amount of HP at this point in time. The focus now might be towards the top half of the map. Alves have started up the grubs now, so it's not going to be as hard of a commit for it as the lanes are in about an even state. Team Sussman and Yikal deking it out up top. Wouldn't be the ult dropped by Yikal, doing a decent chunk onto Team Sussman, who is the target for the side of Elysium, but it's a great event horizon to slow things down. But Cordelia finds the back end of this fight, goes in onto Team Sussman, gets the kill, and now our target is the Amumu. Alves not long for this world. Double kill going to Cordelia, and the rest of TMG are quick to follow. Dilly gets the third kill. Feats of Warfare picked up by Elysium, Yggdrasil, and it will probably be the rest of the grubs as well.
Huge team fight win for the side of Elysium here. They roamed up their support and their ADC. Meanwhile, Delhi, though, picking up free stuff on the bot side, going to be able to jumpstart their build on this Aphelios, but it does come at the cost of their teammates going down, and the Void Grubs. Alves does not get level 6, and that is a huge ability that is missing from the side of TMG when they go for that fight. Not only do they have no AD carry, they don't have a Mumu ultimate, and it's going to be really tough to win that scenario without that ability. And so they get punished, I believe. No grubs going over, so that's all Elysium in the objective department.
And importantly, it's not a trade. The first Drake still yet to be taken 10 minutes into the game. And still, it doesn't look like either jungler has any sort of interest to move towards this Drake. Neither Elysium nor TMG really putting any priority onto this Drake stacking.
Yeah, it might be tough for them.
Oh wait, grand entrance finds its way onto Eudora. The exhaust drops onto Dilly. The stun falls. The cleanse will get Dilly out, but it's a great trade from Dilly, and all that time spent alone means he's very nearly to his first item, looking like it's going to be that Infinity Edge. But importantly, those components are so big for this Aphelios at this time. Oh, arrows tagged.
Yeah, okay.
Not quite going to be able to
We're good.
follow up, though.
Oh, they're trying to fight for this ward here. Are they going to get it? Dill's walking up. Gravitum is in the hands of Deli. Not able to get an auto.
The Gravitum Infernum combination, definitely one of the stronger ones available, but we move straight to the top lane. Team Sussman could be in a lot of trouble, doesn't have a lot of health, does have access to the World Ender though, pops it now, and that's all Augusta Posey was waiting for to then move away, and zones Team Sussman completely off this wave, going to miss all of this golden experience.
So they were not aiming for the dragon. Instead, they have Guster play on the top side, get more plates onto Yika as well as zone away.
Arrow. Not going to be followed up on.
Yeah, it looks like they are not going to be able to get a dive. They got the wave in on the bot side too, so they can just reset. And they're going to be losing no minions here. Meanwhile, Alves finally is going to have the ultimate available. Really wants to look for a play. Put some value into this champion. That is what they're looking to do. Need to find a play on the map somewhere.
As we take a step back and get an overview of the game, currently Elysium Yggdrasil are up gold around 800 at this point in time. Not a huge gold lead, but still one that is not insignificant, but importantly, TMG does have an advantage in the bot lane, and all of that time it allowed Deli to stay alone in the bot lane, to be able to farm up, get those solo plates, get minions uncontested solo XP. This Aphelios right now is feeling quite good.
Oh, most has first item there. Needs a little bit more. One for the boots purchase early. That delays your first item if you do. You caught one for trade up on the top side. No dragon down here, but both junglers are in the area.
Yeah, we've gotta wait a little bit until that Rift Herald becomes available. Will be the next objective on the map, but about a minute afterwards, we do have the second Drake coming up. It is, as we've said many times, a very delayed Drake. Meanwhile, Ycall going to be able to land that E onto Team Sussman. They're going to be fighting over this one quite heavily. An odd move there, as we just kind of have a bit of a lull, a bit of a time to, well, maybe not relax for Team Sussman. And he's grabbed once again and actually could be in trouble. These tentacles are going to be spawning up under tower. Team Sussman, despite getting that solo kill, despite getting that outplay earlier on in this game, not feeling all too great in this 1v1.
Yeah, that earlier fight at the Rift Herald sent them back a little bit, as well as the fact that right now that the threat of the dive from Guster Posey in the zone is really hurting this top turret. Looks like now they're getting teammates to punish.
And Vrang are moving up, trying to find a gank. Vrang will drop the event horizon, but will be the target of Ycall. The leap of faith drops, won't quite get the kill. Guster Posey going to not quite be able to return to the kill as Vrang flashes away. Teleports dropping from Cordelia, has arrived a little bit late, but does have a lot of mobility on this Aurora, but hit by the event horizon. A really great use of the baby cage from Vrang to get the rest of his team out, but Cordelia's not done yet. Goes between worlds, gets the kill onto Vrang. Health bar is full, gets the second, but Team Sussman's alive and well, gets the final auto attack needed to claim Cordelia's life.
All right, that's a eventual 2 for 2 there in the long run. And so they're going to go ahead and pick up some kills onto Cordelia. 4-1 onto this Aurora, who is doing quite a bit of damage. And that is a lot of bursts coming through. I'm noticing a pattern in Cordelia's builds, and it definitely looks like this Hextech is a big proponent of Cordelia's builds.
Really big fan of the Luden's companion.
I thought it was called Hextech Revolver. Man, I am so behind. It's probably Luden's companion. You know how many times they changed the name of the
Yeah, you know how many times they changed. It might be Hextech Revolver these days, honestly, at this point in time. It's that same image icon. So, like honestly, I don't doubt it. I'm pretty sure that's Luden's companion. Either way, the smite comes down for the side of Wolves. Guster Posey not being able to steal that one away, but Olves could be in a bit of trouble as Cordelia is here, and the first move will be to the side of Yikal as Olves has to run under his own tower to get out.
Olves finally getting a steal of their own versus Guster Posey, and is able to make it away at the cost of a flash here. Dragon coming up in 10 seconds, though. Don't think Team G going to be positioned for that. You got heavy trading up on the top side. Business as usual, but this Dragon should be in the hands of Elysium. We'll see if they go for it.
It would be the first strike over the side. Wait, Team Sussman going to pop the World Ender Yikal using the Leap of Faith, getting so much damage down onto this Aatrox. And it's going to be the soul pulled away from Team Sussman. Nothing he can do. And it's going to be the Bandage Toss missing, finding its way onto Minion, and actually kind of helpful to get Olves out. But Yikal does so much damage at this point in time. And with the response from Olves, that means the second Drake is going over to the side of Elysium Yggdrasil.
Outside here, Alves is trying to defend this, but it's a jungler versus a top laner, level 12 to level 10 as well. TP coming down, Vrang trying to stop the spot side push, does eventually do so, but this means Cordelia is getting a lot of alone time in the mid lane. That turret is going to fall, especially if Sussman is TPing to the top side.
Yep, mid lane tier 1 will go
down. Round 2. Round 2.
Olves is here. They know Yikal doesn't have the Leap of Faith, won't quite find the Bandage Toss onto Yikal, but all the while, as you mentioned, that means the first tower is left completely alone for Cordelia to pick it up, and that will be, I believe, should be the feats of strength going to side of Elysium.
Not very good at keeping track of that, so if you do that, that is great for me.
And actually, we do get the confirmation the fancy boots are in the inventory of Elysium, so it is in fact those feats.
Got going for more trades. Ooh, does barely miss the pull.
Chains of Corruption.
Chains of Corruption, that is Varus ult.
Wait, Infernal Chains. You're right. You know what? Sometimes my brain, let's not talk about it. I can't believe I said that so confidently and yet was so incredibly wrong.
Happens to the best.
Anyway, this top lane tier 2 is the more important subject at this point in time, as it is claimed now by the side of Elysium, getting the second tower for themselves. So much standing gold. As you mentioned, the Rift Herald is summoned up by Olves, and Yikal might have gone a little bit too far forward. Will get hit by the Q from Braum. Will start the
Real is low.
Passive there. Wait, Olves will move down. So Cordelia gets the shutdown onto this Amumu, but the response is from Guster Posey. Finds the kill onto Olves, flashing over. Vrang is all over the place. Yikal healing so much off of the ults from Illaoi, and all the while we kind of saw the beginnings of it. Guster Posey gets a kill onto Vrang. It felt a bit inevitable without the Event Horizon available to the Veigar. Getting jumped on by Guster Posey will mean another kill. It's going over to this Jax.
Yeah, Guster Posey finishing up the double kill there. And they do get the shutdown on Cordelia. And they do get bottom turret with a double charge into that tier 2. So if they need some gold, that's a good place to look. Yikal, though, making their damage count onto this top lane turret. Has to back out now. No punish going to come through. Dragging up in 2 minutes. That's probably where the next play is going to be. I don't think either team's ready for Atakan at this moment here. And with the dragons being so slow, no one is even close to Soul.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been a bit of a slow game. Yikal going to be caught out by the Event Horizon. Not quite enough damage to find lethal just yet. You can't get all that close to Yikal without threatening a turnaround kill, because we see how much pressure Yikal can draw to themselves with how they, outside of that first solo death into Team Sussman, they've been definitely the big point of pressure, and that healing's only going to get a lot more frustrating for the side of TMG as the Sundered Sky is picked up by Yikal.
Do want to point out that even though 20 minutes in, this is not a significant gold lead. Both teams are in it to win it still in this game, but we can't deny the amount of pressure being put onto TMG in this game. Elysium have just one more win to take the series, and it would be a devastating 3-0. Team Sussman trying to delay this
Oh.
back, delay the timing on Dragon. Devastating 3-0 for TMG if they were to be knocked out without putting up harder of a fight against the second seed here. The Elysium, they want to just send them home early. They don't want to get caught up in more late game team fights. That's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And right now, TMG, this is their weakest point in terms of the overall series because Elysium have so much room to make mistakes and TMG do not.
Yeah, obviously you mentioned it is match point for Elysium. You can see that up on the top of your screen. 2-0 now for Elysium here in Game 3. The next Drake has spawned, but as you mentioned already, probably not going to be the most compelling Soul game. Second Drake be for these two teams, but it does look like both teams are committing a lot for it. Teleports from Yggdrasil and Team Sussman are available should they try to contest this, but Olves is arrived and now is positioning to the side of TMG. Curse of the Sand Money drops onto Guster posing, but only Guster arrow immediately turned onto and killed, but Olves is so low as Cordelia gets the kill and goes between worlds
700?
trying to find Eudora. That's going to be the second Drake going over the side of Elysium and the rest of the fight as well. But hold on, it's going to be a good event of Horizon from Vrang, but no more Q available. Not going to be able to get the rest of this kill onto Guster Posey as the kills are even in that fight, but Elysium get the Drake.
Yep, they basically were 3 for 3, but the Drake going over, Guster Posey was somehow alive in all that mess. Able to get enough HP to survive and smite away that dragon. Yikaw is trying to chip away at this turret, but Team Sussman is putting up a pretty good defense.
Hold on, Guster Posey is okay, and now Arrow has arrived and is the option to move on to Vrang. Teleports are dropping Vrang.
Cordelia.
Looking to be in a bit of trouble. Going to retreat, dropping the event Horizon to close out that option for Cordelia to find a way in onto Vrang.
Team fight, though, was close. Dilly was able to put down a lot of DPS. However, just getting clipped there by Vrang, and it's hard to play Lucian into this Veigar pick. This is a very good Veigar pick from TMG. Lots of space, lots of damage. I do think Deadman's third item on Veigar, sorry, not third item, like a second item, something like that. Deadman's eventually on Veigar is super strong. A immobile mage that runs really fast and has a lot of zoning tools is very difficult to deal with as another turret falls. Cordelia pushing that on the side. Great side lane work from Elysium throughout the series, but I think Deadman's maybe fourth item now with this current state of the build.
Might be a potential option. It does look like Vrang is favoring the damage as Otacon starting to be taken by the side of Elysium, down to about 6k HP now. Team Sussman will know that's getting taken. TMG know that Guster is on this Otacon, but they're not going to commit anything to it, and that will just be a free Otacon to the side of Elysium.
When you have the Alawi in position on the objective like that, it's so hard to challenge. And Guster Posey going for a full tenacity build, has double tenacity items, doesn't want to get stuck in CC at all, and that makes sense into an Amumu Veigar Braum with just so much capability to basically lock you up. It makes sense for going for this, and you get some shields for frontline tankiness.
Yeah, sitting 3-0 and 4 will be very effective. We saw how well Guster has played so far this series. Hasn't quite had that crazy steal like we've seen him do a few times in games 1 and 2 so far in game 3, but still, Guster overall, you can't really complain with how they've played, especially combining with Cordelia, have been two of the focus points of the side of Elysium. so far. The Baron has spawned and is on the map now, but we have a few moments until next Drake spawns. That Baron is still going to be a big focus of this match as Team Sussman completely chunked
I
out.
I have to wonder how long was Yika up here on this top lane. Finally is gonna get punished for going for
Oh,
it. They
there's
popped
going
the
to be
ultimate
so
though.
many members, but the leap of faith is dropped, and there's so
Wait
much
a
healing
minute!
for Yiko.
Arrow!
He heals so much. Arrow arrives, gets enough shields, and heals onto Yiko to stay alive. And Yiko heals his way through. There's so much committed onto this top lane, but Arrow's helping out Yiko, and it won't matter. The 2v4, it feels like, going the way of Elysium. Arrow getting the kill onto Eudora. Yiko finally killed, but it takes so much from the side of Elysium. And now Guster Posey has arrived, forcing the flash out of Team Sussman. Wow. My goodness.
Arrow coming in at just the right moment. Meanwhile, Cordelia, because they committed 3 top, just gonna push down bot turret there. 700 gold tier 2s are really where the money's at. And Cordelia is gonna go ahead, give their team even more of a gold lead. And I do like how Team Sussman was able to end that fight full HP. That's just the state of these champions. They just heal that much. As we have 10 seconds away from a dragon. Sussman does not have ultimate. Ecall will, has TP. It's looking like this is going to be a really dangerous dragon.
Arrow could be in a bit of trouble. Will have to use the dash to get away. No shields are going to be available
Seconds
on
on
this
curse.
Rakan, but the teleport drops from Yikal. Maybe going to try to find a flank onto TMG. Will eventually be spotted. Seen now by the side of TMG. Bandage toss not quite finding its mark. The pull finds who it needs, and that's going to be Alves. Going to be targeted by the tentacles, taking a decent chunk of damage. Event Horizon doesn't stud up anybody. Alves taking a decent chunk of damage. The culling drops down. Alves is very low, but the Curse of the Sad Money finds way onto do. Guster Posey getting low. Yikol now drops the leap of faith. We see how much damage is due. Yikol, kill is returned, but Vrang is left alone. Won't matter. Team Sussman is here, and so is Deli, and it's only Cordelia left alive for the side of Elysium. What can Cordelia do? They're still relatively full health, but so is Team Sussman and Deli, who now force the Aurora away and will move on to the Drake.
Elysium, they thought they had an engage comp. Boy, they were wrong, especially in the face of a Braum Vagar. They really want their opponents to come towards them. Yika does not deal nearly the same amount of damage and sustain if the opponent is running away from them, and that's the key to that fight. They just needed to hold their ground, get control of the dragon, make TMG walk into them, and as soon as they just gave that up, the team fight went the other way.
Yeah, you call. Obviously, we've seen how much damage this Alawi can do. As you mentioned, a lot of it is reliant on those tentacles being there. Alawi, very good at marking out a spot on the map and saying, "This is mine." But as soon as Alawi does leave that region, it's no longer so comfortable for Yikal or the side of Elysium. They will lose that fight. They will have that lead that they've garnered for themselves slightly cutting into. Now it is about 3k up for the side of Elysium Yggdrasil. Baron is on the map, so importantly, these two teams are starting to move around it. Cordelia does have teleport available to move up to this fight should it break out. So they're all right in the bot lane to be able to draw some pressure down their way.
Arrow did not know how close they were to death. I did not see it. Alves here, looking for an opportunity. Those are the Kinnick Recurrent. Could be a nice bit of magic absorption.
Moving along still. We sit and wait as the Baron is the big target, the prize that is wanting to be won between these two teams, but it's such a difficult objective to take on its own. So again, we just sit back and wait. Obviously, the next Drake is spawning in 3 minutes. Could be a potential point to drag these two teams away onto opposite sides of the map. It will be soul points for whoever picks up this next Drake.
Sonia's in the hands of Cordelia for their 4th item. No MR. So honestly, the magic damage onto Alves is going to be very ineffective here. But Alves doesn't really have that much armor. While the team does do... sorry, I will stand corrected. Does have plenty of armor. Did go full Sunfires into... Didn't want to build a single... I was expecting like Leandries or something. Nope, no Leandries on this. I'm going to move full dedication to the tank. Respect.
Yeah, Amumu can get so tanky if you only build tank items. Obviously, does start to lack a little bit of damage and becomes really only good at either starting fights or creating space with the CC or slowing down opponents. But still, he is basically unkillable. We saw him like face tank a whole entire culling from Dilly earlier and just really didn't care at all. So while definitely the Leandri's Torment is a very common first item for the side of Amumu, the option to not pick it up is it means Amumu plays a little bit differently, but still mostly the same.
Elysium do have better control of the map. They're not looking to start this Baron. Don't feel strong enough just yet, and that's very reasonable here. Ika working the side lanes. Both these top laners have a pact to not build grievous wounds, I think. They both are refusing.
Speaking of grievous wounds, Alves has arrived, and so has the rest
of
here's
the Baron pull.
That's 4 committed to Yikal. But as you mentioned, that does mean that even though Yikal is the target and will probably go down without a response in terms of kills, that does mean the rest of Elysium moves straight onto the Baron. Now Vrang's in trouble with a flank from Cordelia. Isn't quite able to find the kill onto Vrang. It's a very good event horizon to prevent the rest of the damage from Cordelia coming through. But the trade is Yikal for Baron.
Well, 20 seconds on this Dragon. We'll see if the Baron timers are going to be enough. TP is going to be used. Cordelia certainly had the kill on Vrang, but I think just accidentally whipped back through the ultimate. TMG with TPs are in position.
Ooh, they're going to be committing
Elysium
a lot
give
towards
this
the
up.
strike. It is the soul point strike. It's not the full soul though. Arrow dodging out the CC from side of Elysium, both the Event Horizon and the Braum Q, but Team Sussman will find Arrow with the Infernal Chains. Aren't going to successfully pull them back. We've got a bit of a split fight around. Neither of these teams really focusing on the Drake right now, but it is still the positioning advantage to the side of True Minded Gaming. So they have first move onto this mid lane. We'll be able to
CP top.
Push this in. Oh, as you mentioned, the Ecall is teleporting top. Maybe they're going to try to force a response out of the side of TMG.
Oh, Arrow.
Speaking of a response, Arrow could be in a bit of trouble. We'll have to dash away. But the response is to recall from the side of Team Sussman a bit late. Won't find much more. So the 2 top laners going back to the top lane. Yikal opening up the base, taking the inhibitor tower, forcing Team Sussman away from the inhibitor as well. So that will be, throughout all of this, the top lane inhibitor going to the side of Elysium, while they also find a push in the mid lane with the Baron buff, getting that mid tier 3 as well, forcing a full recall out of side of TMG with Dragon up. It's a very good moment, but the Curse of Sad Moment finds its way only onto Cordelia, goes between worlds. The shutdown will find its way onto the Aurora. The follow-up from the side of Elysium will come through. The Leap of Faith drops, but there's not enough setup for the Alawi to find the rest of these kills, and it's only Yikal and Dilly left alive for Elysium. So they do a really good job to draw the attention away from their base, and it does mean, though, they step too far up, and with only Dilly left alive, are they trying to end this?
Oh, huge mistake for Dilly. Could have stopped the second wave. Could have killed these minions now. But it looks like now they're going to be able to crash in. Can they do a solo defense? It's going to be really rough. Cordelia in 18 seconds. Arrow in 7. It looks like Team G are going to play the safe route. They want to play for this dragon. But this is buying time for the respawn timers. TMG, it looks like they're going to have first move. Their timers are better on their champions. And it looks like that even though they have these super minions coming into the base, they're going to be able to pick up this dragon.
Yeah, importantly, Elysium do not have any teleports, so they can't really try to threaten a backdoor, especially as Team Sussman opted to recall. So TMG will be fine. Their first Nexus turret down to about half HP. So still not exactly all that great a position for Elysium, but they close that gold deficit a little bit more. They get that third Drake now sitting on Soul Point. They could potentially use this next Drake with the amount of time it'll take for that inhibitor to respawn. Both the inhibitor and the Drake will be coming up at just around the same time. So the super minions won't be nearly as big of a problem for TMG as soon as that comes back online.
Versus top inhib. Looks like there is not much to be fighting for right now. Yika's matching the bottom lane by Vrang. With this super long range, should be able to decimate these minions from afar. Very hard for Yika to make any headway on the turret. Still pressure nonetheless. Just gonna set up shop here with the tentacles.
Yeah, and that is what Alawi is best at. Every single time Elysium have tried to fight TMG without giving Ycall time to set up, TMG has managed to find a fight. And speaking of Ycall, we'll have to flash away as Team Sussman pops the world under.
Yeah, I don't really like the response from Elysium here. I think they really should have pushed mid instead of top. Top inhib's already dead. And you're not really going to end the game right now. It would have to be a really big overcommit from the side of TMG onto Yikaw. But it looks like here, if they do get this mid inhib, it's going to look really good for them. Arrow, not going to face check. Guster Posey with the courage, but is going to be surrounded.
Oh, is completely separated from the rest of his team, but buys a lot of time. But it doesn't matter. Once Deli and Vrang arrive, Guster Posey is immediately deleted from the map.
Side here, red buff is up. Baron's really close to spawning.
Yeah, it is up in 30 seconds. Guster Posey will be dead in that amount of time. Will respawn about 4 seconds after the Baron comes back up. But more importantly, Ycall still draws so much pressure in this bottom lane. And once again, it's going to be all the members of TMG. Well, 4 of them heading to Ycall, who will now use the Leap of Faith. Has had time to set up in this bot lane. Heals up, but it's not enough to find any kills as Deli has gone godlike.
Yeah, this is misposition from Yikaw, no flash, and your team can't do Baron. There's really no reason for you to be down there. If Baron was up, you could do this trade yet again. Very good value, but nothing for your team to get. So it's just a free kill.
Yeah, and importantly, it's right before Baron
spawns.
Vrang. Posey. Uh-oh, Vrang's not the first one you want to see walking towards the side of Elysium, but the
how does
Horizon
Vrang
forces the flash? Yeah, Cordelia's the one who has to flash there, interestingly enough.
An arrow is right there. I think they should have just pulled the trigger. That was a dead Vagar. TP coming in. They want Baron.
South of Team Sussman. Yicall's yet to respawn and won't have time to set up onto that Alawi. Even if the response does come through, the Baron started up by the side of TMG. Can Guster Posey find a miracle steal once again? He's done it a lot so far in this game. They know Guster's here. The option is going. Guster's over the wall. The fight's not a bit too early. It's not stolen, and now arrows claimed. and Dilly's low, so the rest of Elysium are the target. Ycall not having the time to set up. Vrang will get that kill. Cordelia not long for this world, and there's only Cordelia and Guster Posey left alive, so it'll be TMG with the Baron looking for the end. Cordelia will find the slow onto Deli, and the Braun. Hold on, the counter from Guster Posey has arrived. He heals so much. Can Guster get the kill? No, he doesn't. The concussive blows lands down onto this Jax, and it's only Cordelia left alive to stop the advance. The inhibitor will respawn, but it's not quite at a point to where it will quite fully distract the attention of TMG, and so only Cordelia is left, and it will be Game 3 going to the side of TMG, forcing out this series to go a little bit longer.
True-minded Gaming have got themselves a win on the board, and now a chance to do the unthinkable, the reverse sweep versus Elysium in this game. So we're gonna have to see if Elysium can find and counter, or is this going to be the turnaround, the start of a reverse sweep for True-minded Gaming?
Yeah, True-minded Gaming is a bit of a slogan, but I mean. Ycall, yeah, I mean that Ycall damage.
Well, it took a really long time for heel cut to be built, so you can imagine people are trying to dive you, and there's no heel cut. You're going to do a lot of damage. So, but yeah, also just looking at Deli, tons of damage coming out of this Aphelios in this game. They weren't able to effectively disrupt the backline because of Vrang and Braum, and so. Good job from True-minded Gaming, able to find themselves a win.
Yeah, as you mentioned, really good job for True-minded Gaming. We'll be making sure the series doesn't end right here, sending us to a Game 4, which we will be bringing to you after a short break. Don't go anywhere. And we are back with Game 4 between True Minded Gaming and Elysium. The Integral. True Minded Gaming preventing the sweep from coming through last time around. So we go once again into the draft for Titans Conqueror League semifinals.
Now we're starting to go deep. Starting to get pretty deep in the champ pools. Things are crazier picks may start opening up because there is going to be a lot of holes here. Rumble's still going to be banned. Ivor's still going to be banned. But
Yeah.
we'll see where things are going to be heading in the mid lane because a lot of interesting picks have been utilized already. Still no Azir, so I'm pretty sure both of these mid laners are not really Azir players. So we might see something a little crazy in the mid lane. Rye's still available if they either of them want to go for it. Silas, situationally very strong. A lot of the AD junglers are starting to get picked up. Zin's still available with a with the bans for Elysium. That might be a Zin angle if I've ever seen one.
Also, it was interesting that this time around, Elysium opted to ban Belveth. Obviously, Alves on TMG, it's like synonymous. Alves and Belveth. They haven't been opting to ban it until now, so it's a bit of an odd, not odd, but interesting move from Elysium as the adjustment. And the B1 Jinx comes down from Elysium.
B1 Jinx. The
B1
old
Jinx.
EEG strat, just end of the day. If you're getting deep in the draft pool, just throw Jinx in there. Full dive already on the board for TMG. They want to dive,
So
kill
fun.
this Jinx. Heal needs to come through if they want their 80 carry Dilly to do some damage. They're gonna take away the Orianna combo. Very smart.
Yeah, and
What are they
also
gonna pair it with?
Jarvan's not available. Obviously,
Zin's the only one left.
Zhao.
There
Yeah,
it is.
Zin, yeah.
I did have a read. I did have a feeling that was going to be the jungler for Elysium here.
So, yeah, but okay. See the Annie pickup from True Mind Gaming. Obviously, very similar to that Aurora that I guess actually that was Cordelia piloting it last time. Never mind. Hold on, wait a second. Not quite what Anwar, but still a very burst heavy champion that both these sides want to throw down. And considering the amount of die from the side of TMG that they have loaded up, Annie being able to follow up with like a Tibbers on top of the Nocturne, definitely a decent option. But these bans from both these teams going to be all support favored, but Elysium wanting to getting rid of engage options. Meanwhile, TMG getting rid of those enchanters.
I really think for Elysium, Alistar is super strong. So if TMG, okay, they could also pick Karma. Tristana doesn't seem like a really good bot lane to me. I'm sure it'll do fine in lane, but I just don't see the synergy. It's not as strong as a lot of other Tristana picks here. The Vladimir finally going to get taken. I think this is their chance to use it to send TMG home here. And I really think they should go for something like an Alistar. Maokai works too.
It's similar, yeah, very similar. Obviously, those sorts of engaged champs, we don't have the Rakan or the Leona available, as well as Rel and Nautilus getting taken away. So as you mentioned, the Alistar is an option, but Silas going to be the pick up from the side of TMG. Team Sussman going to be piloting the Silas this time around. Silas into Vladimir. Very, not exactly the most common sort of top lane matchup. Generally, if you said, oh yeah, it's Vladimir into Silas, be like, oh yeah, the mid lane, right? But instead, Yikal and Team Sussman going to be piloting these two champions. Meanwhile, Team Sussman does actually have a few decent ultimates to steal. I like the Nature's Grasp. Let's take that away from Arrow. Could do some pretty mean work in the hands of a Silas.
Really going to test the coordination of Elysium here. They have to stay grouped versus a Nocturne. Can't spread out and let basically TMG pick them apart here. with champions like the Annie and the Silas and the Tristana. If they get singled out, going to be an easy kill for TMG. And then we're going to be heading into game 5. And if you went 2-0 for your first 2 games, going to game 5 is absolute travesty. So we'll see if that is going to be the case.
I like this in the mid lane. Look, the respect, the dance parties mid, and the mutual moves there. But yeah, as you mentioned, Elysium did win the first 2 games. TMG showing that theme of dive, that single target explosion. As soon as they find their moment, that's exactly going to want to go onto. However, I do like Vladimir into comps like this. He's definitely one who can survive the initial targeting and then the response from Vladimir, the amount of damage that Vlad can do, that Yggdrasil has available to them, is definitely very significant.
All right, junglers pathing opposite directions here. Guster wants to make a change in the bot side, and with Karma in the bot side versus the Maokai, there is a lot of potential for a Nature's Grasp into a kill. Eudora has to play very, very carefully here.
Yeah, and obviously Dilly and Arrow. Arrow has a lot of easy options to go into, and even though Eudora definitely helps with the ability to push in this bot lane for the side of TMG, Karma, Tristana don't exactly have the most incredible synergy ever, as Tristana very famously has that rocket jump, can choose to find those moments to go in and find someone to completely eliminate from the map, but Karma definitely not so much having the ability to set that up, but Yggdrasil will go into the pool, not quite going to be killed by Team Sussman. The second bomb kill, the third tower shot drops. Yggdrasil gets the first blood. Team Sussman goes a little bit too far, pushes his luck too much, and that will be the kill going over to the side of the top laner of Elysium.
That was so close. Vlad on just minuscule amount of health.
Wait, Team Sussman teleports really far in. Yggdrasil's healed back up enough to where Team Sussman can't just follow up with the second dive, though.
Yeah, that was so close, though. The second Q landing was big. Cordelia trading with Rang in the mid lane. And looks like here, Guster Posey is here, a little bit off the timer. Going to be spawning the ward.
Yep. We'll know that the Xin Zhao is here. Arrow uses a twisted advance onto Eudora, who's the target of Elysium, who isn't long for this world. Guster Posey gets the kill. That's going to be 2 quick kills to the side of Elysium Yggdrasil.
Man, I do feel like I can predict the future there.
But Cordelia could be in trouble. The stun will drop, but the flash away is early enough to where the follow-up can't quite be found from Olves.
Oh, Guster.
And actually, Olves is going to be face-checking Guster. The option is to try to find Vrang, but Cordelia's a bit too far away, a bit too low on health, and Guster may have pushed his luck a little bit too far, similar to how Team Sussman did in the top lane. Guster Posey goes too far forward, and TMG will have their answer.
If he had flash, not a bad play, but doesn't. More trading. Okay.
Try to find one to Yggdrasil, but the pool will get Yggdrasil out of there. As Arrow moving up in trouble. Deli will be able to separate this advance. Deli on auto attack. Another, the rocket jump gets the kill.
Gets the stomp kill. And yeah, I don't know. Arrow was just out of position. Don't know what happened there. This game's getting real hot really fast because both teams here are just gunning. Nutty. I was gonna go.
I said bloody, but
bloody.
I mean,
in honor of Romeo, I went for a more inappropriate one. Top lane, though.
Oh, but yeah, the top lane team Sussman won't find trouble this time. The tower isn't there to save Team Yggdrasil, but Guster Posey is here for a response and won't quite get the kill just yet. Team Sussman, can he get out? Use the abscond to get away, but Guster Posey lands a 3 talon strike onto Team Sussman.
gets the kill in the end. I thought that Sussman might have found an exit. As Guster Posey goes for the Tiamat, doesn't want to build Sunder Skies, prefers going to Tiamat first. And it looks like we have a huge clear lead for the side of Alves, who has been very quietly building this camp lead. Is going to be hitting 6 really fast, and now Elysium are going to have to really be cognizant of this Nocturne ultimate. Off the reset, 2 more camps, and it's just going to be a gank angle.
Oh, but the shockwave lands onto Vrang. Does Cordelia have enough damage to get the kill onto this Annie? Not quite, as the stun from the Tibbers is able to delay the advance enough.
Tibbers holding the line on this wave. Nocturne still 5.
Yeah, obviously that level 6 is such a big moment for Nocturne. The Paranoia is, in my opinion, one of the more aptly named abilities in the game, but it won't have access to it just now. Waits out the spell shield. Guster Posey, very patient, perfectly timed, and Cordelia's auto attack will get the kill onto Alves.
Yeah, just trying to... I don't know what the plan was mid lane, but does give her a kill. Guster Posey very wisely does not hit the 3rd Talon Strike to get the stun. Sussman trading into Vlad. Lots of damage.
Call in trouble once again. Will drop the ult, is healing back up. So we'll be... Oh, no.
No, that was Silas dropping the ult. It got you.
Yeah, you know, the Vladimir ults were exchanged, and it was enough damage from Team Sussman. They kind of overlapped each other. Was a little bit, I guess, visually busy. But either way, regardless of what it looked like, Team Sussman gets another solo kill in top lane.
Sussman here. Getting the kill up in the top side, evening up the score. Alves going for this early, first dragon, I should say. Going for the first dragon. Meanwhile, Grubs spawning on the top side as we have it very much being killed by the Karma. Doesn't really change anything though.
Yeah. Importantly, things to focus on is that Alves has hit that level 6. We'll have access to the Paranoia as the Grubs have started. It doesn't look like Alves is all too interested in contesting it. So will be just again a bit of a classic move that we don't see all too often these days, but a trade of Grubs for Dragon.
Probably is starting to have a bit of a rough time. Doesn't have Flash, does have Ghost. Is going to make sure that there's no gank incoming as the Void Grubs have been collected. Alves just full clearing this whole time here after taking a Dragon. Still no Paranoia. Still no gank.
It's a bit of a deceptive way of putting it. Alves still does have access to that Paranoia. Hasn't been used yet, which I understand that's what you were going for, but just as a bit of a just as a bit of a clarification for those who might be listening and not quite fully watching, that Alves does have access to his ultimate on this Nocturne. Still doesn't have the best way to use it. Vrang getting in a lot of trouble in this trade down to half HP, but here's going to be the option. It looks like it's going to be the top lane onto Yggdrasil, but I don't know if they know Guster Posey is nearby, not the old Giants catcher, but there's the Paranoia. It drops, and now
great ultimate.
Oh, whoa! Hold on, the Crescent Guard is perfect from Guster Posey, and the pool from Yggdrasil prevents him from going down. What a well-executed fight from the top lanes, or top half of the map from Elysium.
I'm surprised they even went for that. As soon as you see Guster Posey, I figured they would call off the play, but no. Alves decides to go in deep for his buddy. Team Sussman really wants to make sure that his Silas is feeling like they're backed up, even though that play went terribly wrong.
Yeah, and hold on, flash forward from Team Sussman trying to find Yggdrasil, who's yet to recall. But Guster Posey is here, uses the Blast Cone in a very, very wise way to get Team Sussman further away.
Yeah, I feel like that was a very desperate flash. But it is blown nonetheless. Vrank's starting to have a hard time in this mid lane here. Orianna just so much better zoning than this
And the
Annie.
shockwave drops. Vrain can no longer escape, but the stun drops. The
Ooh,
auto attack
nice.
is enough as Cordelia gets the solo bolo onto Vrang.
Yeah, I mean, Annie doesn't have the range with the spells that Orianna can do. Very close, though. Nice.
Oh, Abscond, Abduct finds its way onto Yikal. Will have to be forced into the pool. Crescent Guard used from Team Sussman to prevent any sort of damage from the other side coming out from Yikal.
See a pretty good CS differential. A lot of the kills picked up by Guster Posey, so Yikal still having a tough time up here on the top side.
Oh, Eudora hit by the 3 Talon Strike is pulled back by Arrow, and Eudora has nowhere to go. Flashes somewhere. So won't
at
have
the start,
access to
but
that.
it was followed by the Nature's Grasp, just not in time, and so kind of a sad flash. Oh, nice.
Bit of an unfortunate situation. Team Sussman getting the better
Outside.
of these trades, but straight over to the bot half of the map. It will be the fear that lands onto Guster Posey, who moves on to Delhi to try to turn things around, but the shutdown goes to the Tristana. And now here comes the rest of TMG. All's getting
Dilly gets the
dangerously
kill.
low, trying to find Dilly. Dilly gets the kill, gets excited, but will
The
only
bomb?
be able to use the excitement to get away. As you mentioned, the bomb from Delhi gets the kill onto Dilly, who couldn't quite use the extra move speed to get out in time.
Off the Abscond Abduct is up. Okay. Is alive for now. Cordelia getting a wave in.
But
Dora has the angle.
trying to find a flank.
Flash
Cordelia
on
doesn't
Cordelia.
know that the Karma is here. The ult won't quite find the stun onto Cordelia, but the snare will from Eudora. The shockwave drops down onto Vrang, but the here will keep Vrang alive. One more Q from Vrang is all that's needed. And that will be the kill going on to the Annie.
Nice pick up there for the Brang. Annie really needed some assistance in the mid lane. Eudora going to supply that. TP still on this Orianna, so if there were to be a dragon fight, Orianna can be here. Meanwhile, Vrang is backing. 12 seconds, 10, so 18 in total for this Orianna.
Arrows, not quite.
No paranoia.
Just yet. As you mentioned, no ult available to Alves. Guster Posey is here, and we've known how good Guster has been on this match. You mentioned the teleport from Cordelia available, and now Twisted Advance goes down onto Alves, knocks him away, but there's no real follow-up available from the side of TMG just yet, so Alves is onto the Drake. Nature's Grasp going to be used by Team Sussman to create the space that TMG needs to get the second Drake.
Arrow holds Nature's Grasp himself the whole time. Doesn't want to use it.
Brain could be in trouble. No shockwave, but that
trouble.
won't matter. Shut down, getting picked up by Guster Posey.
Sussman spawned over the wall. And it looks like the next objective going to be spawning soon here. And I mean, it's going to be pretty close. Can't really call it for either team.
Yeah, TMG sitting up in gold, but really only about 400, and at 14 minutes, really not all that significant. Though both these teams are feeling very level. Delhi, though, will be pulled back. We'll have the rocket jump to get away.
Jump buffering, Nature's Grasp there. So doesn't root for long. And Delhi is able to move the entire time. And that is very important ultimate if they were thinking about fighting for the Rift Herald on the side of Elysium there. So they either are not looking for it or they're going to be down a very important ultimate.
Yeah, no Nature's Grasp available from Arrow, and that does mean, as you had said, the Rift Herald is spawning right now, available. Once again, it's probably going to be slightly favored to the side of TMG, especially just seeing how this top lane matchup has been going so far. Team Sussman has definitely been better in this 1v1. Getting a lot more value out of this Silas. Even getting a solo kill onto Yicall earlier. Abscond used, abduct onto Yicall. Going to maybe try to find a solo kill. Yicall getting very low. Forced under his tower right as the Herald spawns. Oh wait, Yicall in trouble. Yep, that's going to have his ultimate stolen away from him, and it's going to be enough to get the kill onto the Vladimir. Team Sussman getting yet another solo kill.
A lot of headway on this turret as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Cordelia trying to do the same. The rush for first turret is here. No grubs on the side of TMG, but it might just be Team Sussman getting that first turret, and there it is. Paranoia going to come through as well.
It's going to be dropped now onto Cordelia, who's alive, but Deli's here and arrived. Alves gets the auto attack that gets Cordelia. There's really nowhere for this Orianna to go.
He says, well, my mid lane just got ganked. I'm out of here. Takes the long way out. And that's going to be Rift Herald for TMG. Picking this up. They might just get the feats after this.
I think they have claimed feats already. They got the... No, wait, did Elysium... Either way, regardless, that's 3 objectives, and the feats hadn't been taken. They are now. TMG will be able to get those fancy boots as a result. A little bit of extra power into their inventories. Going to make them feel just that much better about their situation. Obviously, they are sitting up over 1k gold at this point in time. A non-insignificant lead for the side of TMG. We've especially seen how Team Sussman has been performing. A lot of that does come into the inventory of Team Sussman.
I'm try to pick up this wave. Looks like it's a bit of a... Well, interesting. They're just full stacking bot on the side of TMG here. Well ahead of the dragon, but look at top side. Someone's going to have to pick up that wave eventually, and no one's looking like they're going for it, so this wave's going to get dropped. Yicall's going to pull off early.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit concerned. I don't know if Elysium necessarily have full knowledge on the whereabouts of TMG, but Alves will be the target from Guster Posey. The fear does drop down, and the extra shielding from Eudora gives him the moon speed he needs to get out.
Bring in some shield in the mid lane. As the wave eventually goes in the turret up on the top side here, he calls in the mid lane, and everyone is just having a party. It's the Nayram right now.
Welcome to North America, folks. We got all 5 members in the mid lane, but it is an important time around it. We have 15 seconds until the first Earth Drake spawns, and Team G has been stacking these objectives early on. They're sitting on 2 Drakes themselves. Could be picking up soul points if they do manage to claim this Drake, but we have seen how good Guster Posey has been with these smites. Team Sussman stole away that Nature's Grasp from Arrow, so a very strong ultimate in the hands of this Silas. Now moving down, perhaps trying to find an angle to use it to start out a fight. Team G looks to be claiming. Going to be extra vision on that little banana bush. That gives knowledge to the side of Elysium on the whereabouts of TMG. But the paranoia drops, and the option is into the mid lane. Cordelia will be the choice of target for the side of TMG, but it actually switches over to Dilly. And now immediately 2 kills go over to the side of TMG. They start off the fight very cleanly, but the shockwave lands its way onto Brang, and the answer is there from Guster Posey. Yicall is still relatively healthy. 4v4 sitting around now. Arrow moves in onto the Silas, but that's not really anyone targeting. That health bar is full. Yicall staying very low, not quite down. A kill advantage to the side of TMG at this point in time, but Cordelia does so much damage. Team Sussman going to have to abscond away, but the target now for the side of TMG is this Drake. Their health bars are still very low though.
Oh, Guster's looking for it.
Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket a little bit early, but takes a decent chunk out of health out of Alves. Guster's still looking around. Not going to be doing that much longer, and decides to give up soul points to the side of TMG.
Okay, this is the pace of dragons I like. We have 3 dragons at 20 minutes, and this is really going to put pressure on Elysium to get the next dragon. And it might be a fight that they don't want to take. So far, doing a great job. I'm surprised that Alv was able to survive that engage. And they get a kill at the same time, which is quite the play from this Nocturne here, who I thought was dead to rights.
A lot of that comes from this build. That's Nocturne's going. Olves opting for a more of a bruiser style of Nocturne with his itemization. So not quite really looking to blow up any one target, but instead cause chaos and create space for the rest of TMG.
Turrets are holding strong on the side of TMG. Elysium haven't really been able to knock down the turrets like the previous games.
There is still a decent amount of standing.
Oh, here's the assault and the Paranoia.
Paranoia dropped down onto this Orianna. The stun won't quite find its way onto Cordelia. Shockwave pulls back Vrang, but Olves does so much damage himself, it won't matter.
Oh, Gus are posing in trouble now. Okay, bit of a bluff. Wasn't called. Alv,
But
quite
hold
healthy.
on.
Lots of shields.
Otacon is up. Teleport is available for Team Sussman. Should TMG try to start up this objective, it'll be that extra amount of combat power under the belt with the extra adaptive damage and the XP available. Instead, they will look to the tier 1 tower in the bot lane and pick that up instead.
And look at this. Reverse of game number 1. Team Sussman just pushing in Yika on this tier 2 turret. They're going to start off Otacon. The damage is immense.
Yeah, they burned through it pretty quickly. Gustaposi is here. The resistance shred should be dropping. Teleport
they're letting
for
him
Team
in.
Sussman coming in. Now the teleport's all over the place. The steal not quite there for Gustaposi. Isn't finding it this time around, but the Nature's Wrath comes through. Yikal creating so much space for his team, and the target is Team Sussman. Shut down, getting claimed by Cordelia, and Yikal is able to heal so much despite that low health bar. He's still in this
they're cut
fight.
off.
And you mentioned Eudora, but the stun from the Timbers is huge! Vrang does so much damage, and the response from TMG is incredible! It's only Dilly left alive, who is now in full retreat. I don't believe it. I thought TMG were just completely cut off, that they were separated, but it is the turnaround from Vrang that TMG needed to be able to turn the fight.
Yeah, they grouped up in that little brush, and that gave Vrang just what they needed. Burst damage in a small area, and they just clear them out. Huge win for TMG. Not to mention the Paranoia coming up at just the perfect time to solidify their division on the side of Elysium and pick up the kills. And look at them. They have a massive gold lead, tons of bounties. But remember, it ain't over just yet, because these teams, there's just at any moment in time can make the play to win the game.
Yeah, I mean we saw it in games 1 and 2. 5k gold leads weren't enough to win the game for TMG, and likewise as Elysium. Also in that game 1, we had a roller coaster there. So even though it is still very much in favor of TMG sitting on that soul point, sitting up around 5k gold now, it's still certainly not over at this point in time, as the series has shown.
45 seconds away from a very important dragon. A Mountain Soul is going to be very difficult to fight through. Team Sussman is going to suss out. Gustaposi's right over the wall on the Grump here, but yeah, if TMG get this soul, it's going to be so hard for Elysium to find an angle in this game.
Yeah, obviously those extra shields and resistances are nice. Paranoia drops. The option is
right on the floor.
Call an ambulance, but not for Olves. Maybe Olves is kind of tanky, and actually Dill goes into the back line, picks up Dilly, and now Arrow has to flash away. Yikal's in trouble, completely separated from the rest of the team, but Cordelia's shield and the shockwave keeps the Vladimir alive. Actually, they're not
Alf is
giving up just yet.
healthy. They
Yikal,
pick
wait,
up a
hold on.
kill.
Yikal went too far forward. Cordelia now getting very low. The Timber's not quite finding the kill onto Cordelia, but he has to run away, get back to base, and heal back up, which gives time for the side of TMG to take the tier 2 mid tower, and they're moving straight onto the Baron. Oh, I say straight onto the Baron.
Here. Onto this Baron.
Yeah, okay, they are on it.
Oh yeah, they're doing it.
For sure.
At least, I mean, like these ults from Alf, I am questioning them, but it is working out somehow, some way, surviving through all the members of Elysium. And not only that, the big thing right there, Deli picking up a kill on Dilly on the back. Remember, they can't be separated. They have to play the team. There needs to be Peel. There needs to be a front to back in order for Elysium to win. And I mean, Alf, the paranoia is just making it so hard for them to play how they want.
And importantly, it was really a really delayed move from the side of Elysium. They are onto the Drake now, but it's taken them so long to get over to it. There will definitely be a response from TMG.
DP. Oh, TMG are baiting them. They say, please,
Oh,
please
so
try to
hard,
fight
but Harvard is to move on to Eudora, who's been found, who's immediately blown up by Deli. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Guster Posey's immediately deleted. No smite left on the map for Elysium. Alls doesn't want to stop here. He's looking for more. The fear drops. The stun from Rain gets so much burst. The fight is going. It's a rout for the side of TMG. They say we don't need the drag. We just want the base. And now Alls is going to try to stop the recalls to prevent any sort of contest from the side of Elysium. Can Alv stop them in time? It does look like they will do. The wave is now in. Gets the kill onto Arrow. And so now Yikal is just going to be delayed. Not going to be finding a way back to his base. And we are going to game 5. TMG looking for the reverse sweep, but Guster Posey's back up. Surely can't do anything as the Nexus goes. And we're going to game 5. Confirmed. True-minded gaming taking game 4.
Oh, the curse is here. It is going to be a reverse sweep scenario. Yes, scary Halloween noises. True-minded gaming. They have done it. They have activated a very, very tough situation for Elysium now. Who is pressure more on? Only time can tell. Imagine going down in a reverse sweep in the semi-finals. Absolutely devastating. And the frustration now probably mounting in reverse. Elysium now, they have to do something. Something about their drafts, something about the way they're playing the game right now. Just not cutting it. And they need to make a fix fast, or they're not going to make it to the finals.
I mean, you really see it in those damage numbers. Outside of supports, no one doing any more damage on the side of Elysium than on True-Minded Gaming. It was just an all-around comprehensive performance from TMG. Doing really well there. Ever since minute 1, Team Sussman on the Silas. And to Yikal's Vladimir, definitely the option. We were like in game 1 in that draft. We were looking at this Vladimir as a pick, and it was kind of highlighted as being, oh, maybe, you know, these two top laners like to play it. But clearly, Yikal knew what the answer was into it.
Yeah.
I mean, Team Sussman. Sorry, wrong way around.
Team Sussman definitely able to get the upper hand, and we thought it might go the other way. Yikal got first blood. Just barely, but it was still there. But in the end, Team Sussman able to reestablish control of the lane and really dominate on that top side. And so, I mean, now it's just going to come down to game 5. This is not where Elysium wanted to be, but this is where it's going to end.
Yeah, we're basically we are at the last game of this series. Winner takes all and sends themselves to the finals of Titans Conqueror League. Will it be True-Minded Gaming, or will it be Elysium Yggdrasil? Don't go anywhere. We will get you the answer to that after the short break. And we are back for the final time tonight for True-Minded Gaming between True-Minded Gaming and Elysium
There you
Yggdrasil in
go.
Titans
There you go.
Conqueror League semifinals. There we
Yeah,
are. Yeah.
and we've
Got it
made it to
eventually.
game 5. We're going the distance, championship round right here, hopping straight into the draft. And now, Elysium, the position has been reversed. Can they pull out a win? It's seeming desperate. TMG have the momentum. Finally, they're going to be playing on the red side. They want to play counter pick. We'll see if they can find the answer in draft.
And immediately the ban straight away, very similar to what we've seen so far. Was one of the things Fearless is that typically the bans stay the same, but we'll have to wait and see with TMG on the blue side. We have not seen Belveth so far from Olves. It wasn't available in Game 4. We have to see what the angle is around this championship. I've been saying it all night. Olves and Belveth are that's the iconic duo right there. No.
In terms of 80 junglers left, Viego, Pantheon surprisingly being passed over the whole series long, and Lee Sin as MF, a very strong 80 in the meta right now. Really hard to budge in bot lane, is going to get snapped up. What will the answer be? Lucian's around. What else? Actually, Lucian's been picked. So Smolder.
Yeah, Lucian's been picked. Oh. I think importantly,
Smolder does lose the lane, but Elysium say, hey, it's game 5. Let's pick a champion that will win you in the late game. And Smolder it is.
Fresh also going to be the choice for Arrow. Gonna be able to take that way. It's one that has been a potential option. Eudora, a very also primarily a Thresh player. It's taking that away from Eudora is a big moment. However, the MF Seraphine combination is definitely one that is immediately picked up on when Seraphine released, and will be the choice for the side of TMG to go into Game 5.
All bear jungle. Very likely here as Cassio is going to be picked. I guess Cassio can really kite out the Volibear, really slow him down with the miasma. So we'll see what else they pick, because they need to pick a jungler, and the jungle pool is getting pinched really hard.
And speaking of getting pinched, we're talking about the Pantheon, how it hasn't been picked all night, kind of actively avoided in a way, not been banned just yet, so it will be taken away this time around. Interestingly, Fizz going to be taken off the board on the side of Elysium Yggdrasil, not wanting to face up that little tricky guy.
Okay. What jungler do they go with? Jax, which is the best Volvo counter, is not even available.
Picked. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Viego is going to be picked here.
Right.
So, Viego Cassio, not the strongest mid 2v2 duo, but certainly going to be able to put down tons of damage. Elysium really have to activate their Smolder to really play team fights, and they're going to go with Lissandra Volibear here. A lot of magic damage in the comp of TMG. Merc Tread's value through the roof as they rounded up with Gwen. All AP top side. That is going to be a lot of Merc Treads. I hope I see on the side of Elysium.
Yeah, and with Gwen being locked in, it's also, especially as the game goes on, it brings so much side lane pressure, but Set will be the choice for Elysium Yggdrasil. And even though Set necessarily hasn't been meta for a while, I have seen some of the haymakers that Set has dropped, and it can go a bit crazy. As we get into Game 5, we've loaded onto the Rift for the final time tonight between TMG and Elysium Yggdrasil. And the winner of this series is going to finals of the Titan Conqueror League.
All right, top invade catch on the side of Elysium. Bit awkward. I don't know why they would do that. Invade the top side like that. Meanwhile, on the boss side, TMG find themselves a valuable ward on the blue buff to catch the jungle pathing here. Viego starting top side, it seems for now. Can definitely start Raptors as
Yeah,
they
and
start the long walk to bot lane.
yeah, importantly, Elysium don't like 100% know that this is what TMG decided to do. They don't.
They have
They
no
can't have.
information. They
They
have
yeah, like
no
they can.
idea.
They can suspect something might have happened. They can maybe potentially play around it, but they have no way of knowing for sure that TMG know that Guster Posey is absolutely starting on his blue buff.
Really don't know what the value of the top level 1 stack as we see here, Yikov versus Gwen. This is going to be winning early. Set is very strong in the laning phase. But yeah, they basically got zero information while TMG just waltzed right in, slapped a ward on blue, and now they know where Guster Posey is.
They know that Guster Posey is moving towards the top side map, going bot to top. And speaking of Yikov in this 1v1, hits level 2 first, takes some nice punches down onto Team Sussman.
Outboxing the Gwen in top lane. I don't know, what's a person who sews? A seamstress? I don't know.
Seamstress.
Seamstress. Yeah, outboxing the seamstress. I just don't know that word apparently.
that is the term you are looking for in that one. But yeah, obviously as you mentioned, Yikov getting a lot of value in these early levels, being able to drag Team Sussman back, pulls again, finds the stun, 2 empowered auto attacks as well, feels really good for Yikov in the top lane.
Haymaker there.
Haymaker.
Didn't really
Gwen is immune.
look like it did anything. Yeah. The Gwen is immune value right there. Both junglers about to finish up their clear. Mid lane is heavy trading. Meanwhile, top side, that's a back. An early back, so that's going to be a TP.
Very early recall from Team Celestis.
Oh.
Victoria into mid lane, going to get that bonus move speed. Finds the E. It's going to be a trade of kills. Cordelia going to pick up the solo kill, as well as Vrang.
Just based off the wave state, that is good for Cordelia. Killed way more minions for blue side, and you can see right there, Cordelia is going to be able to pick this up. So EXP advantage as well in the mid lane.
Yeah, luckily Vrang did have access to that teleport, so they aren't going to miss out on too much as a result. While Alves walking through the mid lane is able to double scuttle and get slightly ahead there in the jungle.
Good ward. Good to see. Yeah, you definitely want to, at the end of your clear, put a ward like that in the enemy's jungle, because you're going to catch them on their reset. So they know exactly where Guster is again. They can just keep tracking this jungle the whole match.
In the top lane, Yikov and Sussman.
Oh, look at that Haymaker charging up.
Once again, but yeah, the power from the Haymaker drops won't quite find the central true damage. All the while in the bot lane, we saw Guster Posey attempt to find a gank onto Deli, and oh wait, Yikov dangerously low. Team Sussman not quite in range for another auto attack. Turn around the narrative in the top lane.
Yeah, just going to heal it up. Look at the healing plus the potion. That's a bunch of HP being regenerated. And, oh, Team Sus going to also back. It makes sense, actually, because Set has TP. So if Team Sussman stays up here, Set is going to TP with full HP. And then now you are going to be at half HP.
And Yikov, you mentioned healing up quite all right. Haymaker finds the center mark onto Team Sussman. An absolutely vital portion in this 1v1 that we're seeing a lot of focus on by observations, because all the while something that happened in the bot lane, there was a gank from Guster Posey, and even though TMG would have seen it, it did get the flash and heal out of Deli and Eudora respectively.
Okay. That is a great flash to punish. I believe Arrow probably used flash there. Brain dropping super low. Cordelia is
Oh,
here to get the
yeah.
twin pangs in the back of this Lysandra. Can they do it? One more.
Yes! Cordelia with the solo kill onto Vrang.
That is another solo bolo back to back for Cordelia in the mid lane. Looking good there for the side of Elysium.
And funnily enough, this Gustaposi won't quite find the stun on to Alves, but bit of an interesting happenstance going on in the mid lane. The Lysandra was the active pick into the hold on. Team Sussman going to take another haymaker to the face. Going to use that needlework as well. Show stopped. Flash forward. Yikal with the solo kill. Won't have access to the haymaker to get the shield, but nonetheless, that's going to be feats of warfare going to Elysium, Yggdrasil.
Yeah, Yikal might have been able to play that without dying. Unfortunately, canceled their auto before the ultimate, thus requiring the flash auto to finish it off. But very well done, crashing that wave and getting the kill. As Al's leaving Arrow here, misses the hook. Gustaposi trying to get this scuttle. Doesn't want to get triple scuttled.
Not quite. That's quite right. Gustaposi and side of Elysium Yggdrasil will be picking up at Scuttle Crab as well as being on to the Drake, but Eudora and Deli aren't quite giving this one up just yet. Alves is nearby, will have
Elves
access
06.
to the ultimate. Flash is over. Will bring
Huge
down
engage.
Stormbreaker, gets the kill onto Gustaposi. Importantly, no smite available for the rest of Elysium as they have to run away. Cordelia in full retreat, getting that extra movement speed, but will it be enough? No, it's not. Double kill going over to the side of Delhi, and the first Drake will be picked up by True Minded Gaming.
Well, they don't have their jungler, who did die in that skirmish fight there, but very well played with the ultimate as well as the storm call of Alves just crashing down on them. Tons of damage. But the resets are coming in. Deli's going to try to push the wave in. They can go for Dragon now, but I don't think it's going to be as clear-cut their Dragon as expected.
Not quite. You're quite right on the assessment of that one. It was a bit too hasty to assume that TMG would be able to pick up the Drake as a result, and immediately Gustaposi sprints straight to the Drake. Team Sussman on the wrong side of the map will use a needlework very early, slowing down Yikal, who's just stacking up that haymaker. Will land the central mark down onto Team Sussman, so it does equalize up these health bars a little bit more as Team Sussman does have a bit of a range disadvantage. I mean, not Team Sussman. Yikal does have a bit of a range disadvantage in this 1v1. All the while, Gustaposi will be picking up the first Drake over the side of Elysium Yggdrasil.
Just going to use the passive heal up, pick up these minions. Still has the TP. Team Sussman gets the TP back, actually. So, Yikal not leveraging the TP advantage, as you would expect.
All the while, I will take the time to point out that with the raid from the main Titan Esports broadcast, I do assume that means that XSVR are going through to the finals. So whoever wins this game 5 will be facing them in that final matchup. Thank you for tuning in. If you are moving over from the Titan Esports main broadcast, it's glad to have you. Sitting here in a Game 5 scenario between Elysium Yggdrasil and TMG, True Minded Gaming. And True Minded Gaming looking to complete the reverse sweep for this series.
Yeah, here we go. They're going to stop the back TP. Has not been utilized. Alves has the ultimate quite soon, poking them down. Gustaposi's here. This makes this a lot more sussy if they want to go for that when they pull it off.
I don't believe that Alves is going to be sticking around much longer, especially as Gustaposi has arrived. So no dive in the top lane, as you mentioned, didn't have access to that Stormbringer. So no turret denial there for the Volibear, and they'll just move away.
Yeah, definitely would have been sketchy to do the 2v2 dive there. Despite the low health bar, Yikal still had the ultimate. So things could have went terribly wrong. TP comes through. Gonna catch the wave. Bot side though. How much stacks? 48 stacks on the Smolder? Definitely having a tough time getting the stacks in this game. So if there is gonna be a late game Smolder scenario, it might be really really deep into the time.
Oh, spots out Guster Posey. Team Sussman not far behind, and so
They're
it's going to
surrounded
be
now,
this
though.
Viego. Going to give up that red buff, but the turret is onto Cordelia. Will drop the
Great
will
ult!
stun up Olves, and now Yicall. The collapse from the side of Elysium Ares is perfect. There will be 1 kill in return onto Cordelia, but Elysium Yggdrasil turned that around very nicely.
Great turnaround, then just didn't really respect the mid and the top lane, just dropping waves to be there. And they were there to pick up the kills. Yicall going to be in the mid lane. Interesting little turnaround because the mid laners did fall in that one.
Well, Yicall again forward. We've seen this many of times from Yicall so far in this game. Not going to push his luck any further. Try to grab Team Sussman. But continuing on, we take a step back. Guster Posey, hold on. Trying to find a gank, but Vrang has arrived as well. Not going to be able to find the desired gank into the mid lane. But if we take a step back, True Minded Gaming now sit up a very menial amount of gold at this point in time. Sitting up around 400. Not really much to note of, though. It's rather insignificant, as Elysium have also managed to pick up
the bear.
First Drake. Yeah, Olves will be seen. Cordelia taking a bit of an odd path out. Stunned up now by Olves. Nowhere to go for Cordelia, and that's going to be Team Sussman with the auto attack, picking up the mid laner.
Easy gank there. Didn't have to even use ultimates. Picking that one up on Cordelia, who... yeah, Snake in the top lane with no flash. Very long lane is going to be an easy meal.
Oh, but the response from Guster
Does have smite. Oh, they didn't see it in time.
Oh, we'll see him now. Olves will spot out Guster Posey.
Wait a minute.
Now, actually, Guster might be in trouble. Vrang going to try to collapse. Spots out that escape, and there's nowhere to go for Guster Posey except into the Baron pits. He's not going to flash it. There's no way.
They don't see him.
There's no way. There's no way. No. Oh my goodness. Oh, I had assumed Guster Posey was just going to immediately flash, but I really love the patience from Guster Posey to not just assume that he was getting chased down, and to hold on to that and manage to make the escape of maybe the season.
I mean, it really makes sense. You have to, let them. They have to force you to flash, and if there's nothing there to force you to flash, you just hold on to it the whole time. Dragging up in 2 seconds, though, looks like they're going to be a big fight. Alf starting up already.
Drop onto Olves, but Arrow doesn't want to bring the bear towards him, and instead it has to flash away. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Team Sussman going to drop the needlework down onto Yicall, who has access to, I guess probably doesn't have access to the Haymaker, would if it hadn't used it. And will instead have to flash after stopping the show. All the while, there's not really a way in for the side of Elysium Yggdrasil to prevent the Drake going over to the side of True Minded Gaming.
Okay, Dilly here. Doesn't even get the consolation stacks on that. As TNG, I know the gold's quite even, but they got themselves a dragon to even up here. Yicall just pushing in the wave on the top side. But Dilly really needs those stacks, and maybe this play is going to help them out.
Flash from Arrow won't find the death sentence, and actually Olves is here in response to Flay, not picking on anyone either. Arrow not long for this world. The bullet time finds the kill. Now Dilly is the target for Olves. Doing so much damage. Mom is called, healing Dilly that much more, and Dilly will survive. Gets the kill onto Guster Posey in return.
I thought
not onto Guster, onto Olves. I got baited by. Yeah, I got baited by the Viego name.
The champion.
The
body snatching. Understandable. I thought Dilly was dead for sure when they flashed right into the ultimate of Volibear, but is able to survive thanks to the health earned by their own ultimate. Mom coming in clutch, and Dilly getting some stacks off of that exchange. Nice. Look at Cordelia in the mid lane. I mean, back-to-back double kills will do this. And that doesn't even look close.
Yeah, and despite not feeling so great after those first 2 solo kills, Cordelia is definitely showing the better, getting the better of this 1v1 over Vrang, who is opting to stay in the mid lane, not going to recall. Did have access to that teleport, so that's not necessarily a concern, but with the
Like,
Rift Herald up.
Yeah, Vrang's gonna just catch is gonna catch the wave TP now. Cordelia's playing really far up. Vrang didn't TP yet.
Run and fast Cordelia stunned, having to flash away, but Vrang didn't recall, didn't TP, and so the target is the Lysandra. It is immediately deleted by Guster Posey. And hold on in the top lane, won't matter, show stop. Yicall is taken down despite it.
Interesting, was able to get the Q out immediately on the ultimate before Yicall could do anything there. Okay, they're gonna pull this. Lysandra TP in 10.
No teleport for Yicall either to respond if this goes on any longer, but that sentence lands onto the Seraphine, and immediately Eudora has to flash and heal away. The Encore finds its way onto Guster Posey. The auto attack from Arrow finds Ulves. No smite for the side of True-Minded Gaming. Guster's going to run down Eudora, getting yet another kill on the Viego.
Running them down with their own teammates champion. Alves goes down, and yeah, I mean, they didn't have Lysandra. Questionable decision there to challenge, and they are properly punished.
At the very least, Team Sussman did find that solo kill onto Yicall, and we talked about the early pressure that set has over this Gwen, but we're starting to see that that narrative shift here in the between these two top laners, but Vrang will dodge out Yicall with the whip there, and so not going to be slowed and will be able to get out. Meanwhile, Dilly in the 1v1 versus Deli's getting the better of this dragon. Deli with the solo kill onto Dilly.
Picking up that kill. This Fortune getting quite strong. Dilly, huge CS deficit as well. Guster Posey trying to make a play up here on the top side. Team Suspend. Oh, they're gonna face check, and you were just not there at the right time. Unfortunate for Guster Posey. Looks like this is gonna be a bot turret as well. Really just gonna knock this one down. And their team, I mean, this is on the edge of being even versus a Smolder team as they look to pick up another kill.
Arrow going to have to flash away from Ulves. The towers are traded, bot lane tier 1 from mid lane tier 1, and the second charge of the Rift Herald.
Turning that one around real quick.
Yeah.
Could have just sent it topside, to be honest. The top's pretty low. Top turret's pretty low. Could have just sent it up there. Get a nice double crash. Unfortunately, did not have the foresight on that play.
Yeah, but still, that top lane tier 1 for the side of TMG still looking awfully low. As we take a look around at the gold once again, we're still very level here so far, and at nearly 20 minutes between Elysium, Yggdrasil, and True-Minded Gaming. No side really coming out to a significant advantage at this point in time. However, we say that Team Sussman, we've seen signs of scaling from this Gwen so far.
Okay, Dragon coming up soon. And TMG really need to start picking up the dragons. Need to start stacking this if they want to win this game. So far, the position looks good. Mid wave coming in about 5 seconds. And they're already on the dragon. No contest. And of course, Elysium can just chill. They don't need to pick up this dragon. They can just get something else on the map. Top turret in particular looking pretty good.
Oh. All 5 members committed on the side of True-Minded Gaming to be able to pick up this Hextech Drake, get the second one under their belt. All the while, that does give Elysium Yggdrasil the free roam that they need to be able to take this top lane tier 1. And Team Sussman doesn't know that Guster Posey is here. Death Sentence follows up. Team Sussman tries to dash away. Gwyn is immune, but not for long. Guster Posey gets another kill in this game, sitting now 5-1-3 on the Viego.
Yes, and quite a squishy build from Guster Posey, so has to be very careful here.
Oh, Death Sentence doesn't quite find Deli. There's not much of a wave just left, but
they can actually kill Alv here.
The Volibear will have to use the Stormbreaker to get away. The Death Sentence doesn't quite land onto Olive, so he'll get out with his life.
Play here. Cordelia picking
Oh,
up this play.
Cordelia.
I mean,
does the
Rang
recall?
can't win.
Yeah. Frank just gets out.
Yeah.
Frank is out.
As
But,
a utility bot now, has been reduced to a more support-like role, especially with that build. Not the most damage in the tank.
yeah, Malignance picked up by the side of Rang. Obviously, the Glacial Tomb can be used offensively, can do a decent chunk of damage, but primarily seen more as a defensive tool, especially alongside the Seeker's Arm Guard. Being picked up by Rang, which means that this Lysandra should be very difficult to kill, but probably not necessarily doing all that much damage at this point in the game.
Yeah. Just really want to have that stun on the ultimate. 100 to 0 someone like the Viego in the front line and turn around a team fight. Otacon is up, Dragon up in 3. It is going to be the Hex Soul, which is going to be very, very strong. Pick up for either team.
Arrow. Okay. Death sentence?
Hook.
No. Actually, Arrow might have sentenced himself to death with that Hex flash over the wall. Here comes the rest of True Minded Gaming, and Dilly's just going out to leave his support to die.
This might just be Otacon.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to hit it to draw its attention, buy more time.
Otacon just spawned 2 minutes ago. He'll be drawn aggro onto Guster Posey, but now the rest of TMG are on this Otacon. Down to 10k, but Guster Posey is in the area. Frank is now moving up, will be arriving soon for this fight. Dilly gonna cough out some snot onto Otacon, not finding too much damage, but the Miasma drops the stun, not going to find anyone from Cordelia, and now all runs forwards, stuns Cordelia. The Encore won't quite land as Cordelia flashes away. Yikal in the midst of it, the fight, but meanwhile, Deli gets the kill around the Otacon, and it will be traded immediately by Yikal. Arrow in trouble though, won't land the death sentence onto Vrang, who now has to flash away, but Yikal's looking forward, trying to find the fight, gets a kill onto Vrang from the pullback, and now Deli's in trouble, finds the kill into Cordelia at the very least. Flash is up, tries to find the rest of his team, will get there. Team Sussman
the Haymaker!
Be doing so much, but as you mentioned, the Haymaker drops its way onto the Misfortune now. A trade of 3 kills to either side. So they'll just back away from this Otacon, and we still sit around relatively even in this game 5. It's such a very stressful situation.
Well, Deli does fall, as well as Guster Posey. In that last team fight, I believe Ring and Deli did catch out this Viego, and they were able to shut him down before they get a reset and steamroll a team fight. So there it is, the Lysandra ultimate combo with Misfortune going to be able to lay enough damage down to kill this Viego. And Dilly, I want to see how many stacks did Dilly get throughout that whole fight, because they are really behind. And that certainly helped. 159. Last time we checked, it was like 48 or something. All the way up to 160 now. That was such a big boon for Smolder to get these stacks here.
Yeah, getting all that much closer to the important mark in which Dilly will start to get these executes. Team Sussman going to drop. Gwyn is immune from the death sentence. Not going to be hooked out, not going to get caught out for this dragon fight. It is a potential soul point for True Minded Gaming if they can claim it, but Elysium, Yggdrasil aren't going to give this up without a fight. Both these teams arriving as soon as the Drake has spawned. Vision going to be cleared out on the side of Elysium, trying to pick up these control wards. Yikal in this bush, not quite going to pick up Vrain, can't quite pull him back. But the Drake has been aggroed, has been started up by the side of Elysium Yggdrasil, but neither team really wants to fully commit onto this Drake. Down to now about 8.5k HP. Guster Posey getting slowed by the Make It Rain, 5k HP now. In the top side of the map, Yikal finding the way onto Vrang. Importantly, Guster Posey and Olves are still on this Drake. And that's going to be the extra K going over to the side of Elysium, but the Encore is huge, layered by the bullet time, and TMG find the fight. They won't get the Drake, but they'll get the kills. But Cordelia buys time, still at half HP. Importantly, Dilly and or Cordelia are still alive. They really can't push that fight any further as it goes the way of True-Minded Gaming.
Yeah, true-minded. Oh, wait. I believe it was Elysium stole the dragon there, but the fight in the way of true-minded gaming, that is what you were talking about. And that MF ultimate from Delhi just eviscerating the team of Elysium here. Really need to start playing around that. And despite Ycall diving the backline, not enough disruption to win that team fight. But Cordelia and Dilly, if the game gets longer, this duo is going to be harder and harder to push and try to get a kill, because you can see there one good ultimate from Cordelia and
Yeah.
Dilly late game, and your whole team will be just set on fire, and you're going to be giving that win over to Elysium.
Cordelia has definitely been a problem for the side of TMG. Maybe not as much as the scoreboard would show, but any time left alone, Cordelia has been running over Ring so far. And we saw, as you mentioned, with that petrifying gaze in the last fight, saved so much from the side of Elysium. Didn't let this fight get too much out of hand, and really kept us within shouting distance of each other. 2 dragons apiece. The kills are very similar, and so is the gold. Less than 1k separates both TMG and Elysium at 27 minutes in a game 5. I mean, I'm stressed out as a caster. And I'm not even playing the game.
Very stressful for the players, indeed. And
This
the
is
stress
wild.
of Dilly playing the Smolder is probably going to be building, because everyone knows once this champion gets the stacks 225, the game becomes a lot harder with the execute. We'll see what TMG can do, because in the Dragons department, it's not looking too good. The best counter to Smolder is getting Dragon Soul, 4 Dragon Stack back to back, end the game as soon as possible. But they cannot do that. TMG have not been able to put these dragons in a row. And now the game is going to be at least 30 minutes. Plenty of time for Dilly to get the stacks.
Of time, but also you cannot rule out Team Sussman on the Gwen in a side lane. The later this game goes, the harder it will be for the side of TMG, I mean not TMG, of Elysium to answer Team Sussman in a side lane. It's very difficult to stop Gwen as soon as she gets those items under her belt. That being said, Arrow and Guster Posey will be spotted out. Gwen is immune. Not going to get hit by that death sentence, but also not going to have the shroud available to them for the next few seconds. Not like we'll see too much from either of these two teams within that time.
Both teams opting not to really make any plays. 1 minute 30 on the next dragon. If Elysium get this dragon.
I mean,
get this dragon. Oh.
I mean, either way, Elysium, as you mentioned, they get the next strike. Both of these teams will be on that vital soul point, but both Baron and Otacon are up. Now, there have been really genuinely attempted at this up until this point in time. I mean, that Otacon, I'll correct myself, there was that fight earlier that went 3 for 3. And it's just really kind of indicative of how this game has gone so far. No team really separating from each other. Guster Posey might be running straight into Olves, face checking the bush. We'll have to use the Heartbreaker away and flash from the Stormbringer. So Guster Posey will get out alive, but no access to the ult or the flash. And so now TMG start to move towards either the Otacon or the Baron. I don't think fully committing to either just yet. Okay, so they have started up Otacon, but not in fully, not truly going to try to start burning it down. Yggdrasil, the Haymaker, gets a decent chunk of damage onto Team Sussman. Instead, the target is the top lane tier 1, and Yggdrasil, Needlework drops down onto Yggdrasil, flashing away, knows no access to the Haymaker. The smite goes down, and now Guster Posey, wait, hold on, the move is onto Team Sussman. Dilly has hit the execute, Mark is getting stacks on this Smolder, double kill for Dilly, and now this Smolder is given full reign, but the response from Dilly is to get the kill onto Guster Posey. Dilly getting chunked out by Olves, who gets the kill onto the Thresh, kiting out. Dilly gets the kill onto the Volibear. It's even not for long as Dilly claims Cordelia, and Eudora going forward, trying to get kill onto Dilly, but is a trade up in kills, 4-4-3 to the side of TMG, but they don't really have the gas left in the tank to take any of these objectives.
Uh-oh, it's the sound no one who is a fan or is on TMG wants to hear. It's the smolder execute noise. That sound effect is playing. The stacks are here. And now there's some real trouble for TMG in this game because they are going to have to kill Dilly if they want to win these team fights. And that's easier said than done.
Yeah, Dilly obviously surviving that last fight, dishing out so much damage in the previous one. And so with how that last fight went, without any major winners in it, we go back, reset once again. Drake is on the board. It will be to soul point to whoever picks it up. Arrow's dead since it's not quite finding the mark onto anybody of the side of TMG. And it started now. Dilly drawing the aggro for the
Team Sussman.
Drake, but Team Sussman maybe in a little bit of trouble. Needlework is dropped down. Arrow using the lantern to get Guster Posey out of there, but Guster Posey obviously has the smite, is the one who will be able to steal, but it's too low now. Would be TMG picking up the Hextech Drake, but it doesn't look like Elysium wants to give this up just yet. Miasma drops into Yeecall, drops down Haymaker, does a ton of damage onto Alves, and now the Petrifying Gaze finds Frank, but Dilly has a lot of damage, gets the kill onto the Thresh. Dilly's going forward, sneezes onto Team Sussman, but Team Sussman still full health, so not going to quite be able to pick up the kill just yet. A trade of kills, but importantly, the kill goes down onto the Volibear. No smite available for TMG, and Elysium runs straight to the Baron.
That Haymaker easily doing half of Al's HP. Looks like this is going to be contested. They have to be very careful here. We're Dilly up in the front, Dilly in the back.
Does not have the encore,
HP though,
so won't have an easy way in. The Baron is being burned down now. 1K. It's picked up by Guster Posey. Team Sussman now not long for this world. Neither is Dilly, who's actually the target from the side of Elysium. Yggdrasil as they get another kill on top of the Baron.
and they're going to take that Baron, reset, and now they have an opportunity to pick up a ton of gold on the map. Get these turrets down. Look at these tier 2s. Some of them are really low already. And then after that, they could pick up and get a Dragon Soul to get them onto Dragon Point as well. Sorry, just get the
wrong way around.
And threaten the soul. Threaten the soul. Okay, I did reverse it here, but they're just gonna go with 4 stack mid lane play, 4-1 here, and look at this. This turret's gonna drop. That is a bunch of gold in their pockets, and Dilly is just so hard to get on this Smolder. So much damage, and if you misstep into Cordelia, your whole team is going to be set ablaze. And they're doing a good job of controlling this jungle right here because this is the side Dragon spawns on, and now they're controlling for the next objective and getting
Arrow
this turret.
And Cordelia just going to completely zone out Team Sussman and Eudora as the bot lane tier 2 goes down. Alves trying to find a flank from the jungle. Is still waiting in that banana brush near the entry. Yikon, Guster Posey moving forward. Dilly will find the hook with the call of Mom, and the hook lands onto Team Sussman, who's burned down very low. The tier 3 tower goes down, but the Encore picks up 3, slows down the advance of the side of Elysium, but it won't matter. Dilly gets the kill onto Varang, and now it looks like Alves is the target. Arrow gets that one. 2 kills over to the side of Elysium. Can they try it in? They've got the Baron Purge. Flash forward from Arrow, won't find the death sentence, but the Baron empowered minions are pushing into the base of TMG. Can Elysium close it out here right now? Death sentence, it finds a misfortune. That's so huge. It picks up Dilly. That's the fight that Elysium Yggdrasil needs, and Elysium Yggdrasil are going to the finals. It's the moment they found. Arrow gets the death sentence, and it sends Elysium to the finals of Titan Conqueror League.
No reverse sweep for Elysium here. They're able to finally clutch it out after game number 5. 3 chances, and they do hit a home run as they pick up the very necessary win to go to the finals. And they had the Smolder game 5 tech on lock, and they were able to use it to clutch victory.
I mean, you see it in those damage numbers. Actually, speaking out those damage numbers, Yikal surprisingly doing a solid amount. Deli as well on that misfortune. I mean, it's such a close game. I mean, congratulations to Elysium Yggdrasil, but heartbreak for True Minded Gaming. They put up a really solid performance throughout the whole series. To even take this one to a game 5, to even threaten a reverse sweep, it's just a testament to their ability as a team. But they came up just shy of reaching those finals, and I mean, oh my goodness, what a stressful game, all things considered. Like, I'm stressed for these guys. I'm feeling it, and it's just even though the game's over, it's finally lifted. It's like only slightly though. Jeez. Woo!
Well, I'm sure the adrenaline will wear off and you'll start to calm down. But yeah, Elysium, congratulations! You're moving on to the finals, and take a well-earned rest because you're probably going to have another tough series ahead of you in the next in
They
the
will
next
be
match.
they will be facing XSV in the finals. But thank you for tuning into this absolute classic of a series between True Minded Gaming and Elysium Yggdrasil. I'd like to congratulate Elysium Yggdrasil for reaching the finals one final time before we close it out. I've been Isaac. Alongside me has been Crims. Behind the scenes has been Shivam, making the broadcast work. And so thank you for tuning in to the Titan Conqueror League semifinals this week. Have a good night.